流，已经约了好几次，既然这一次又要被你们放鸽子，借口太多，一次又一次。你们不是忘了就说是有事，济州之行我们真的可以考虑，行程方面没有太多的琐事，趁着年轻应该多看看风景，美好的时光不等人会很快流逝。我特别想去济州，想炸鸡啤酒，神话世界说走就走，不用考虑太久，赢了送机票加酒 perfect 完美，不仅免签还有很多优惠，套路烂借口全部都得靠边，这里拥有美食变形金刚各种乐园，济州神话世界等着我们发现，几周后在济州见，别被别人抢先。
Alright guys, we're here with the first event live from Landing Casino. As you can see, Jeju Xinhua World. I'm here with my man Randy Liu, aka Nananoku. What's up, Randy?
What's up, Lex? This is going to be a great series here for the Triton Super High Roller Series. We are going to play a lot of events. The first event, Day 1A here, the 100,000 Hong Kong dollar short deck Ante-only event. This is Day 1A. There'll also be a Day 1B, unlimited re-entry. And again, this is short deck. Some familiar faces. Ivan Leo, he was here in Montenegro last time for the Super High Roller Series. Did pretty well. It's been doing, he doesn't play professionally, but he's got a very aggressive style and very fun to watch. Yeah.
Which seems like 90% of the people you describe in his broadcast, right? It's like, it's pretty aggro.
So, looks like cards are already underway here. Some other familiar faces. That's Ben Lamb. He wasn't here in Montenegro last time, but I guess he saw how popular short deck's getting and wanted to get in on it too.
Yeah, I think this is one of his first events that he's playing. I mean, I'm not going to go as far to say that he was discussing the rules with people, but I definitely think he wants to get in on some of the action. Came straight from Vegas, of course.
Check.
And I'm going to rely mostly on Nano's knowledge of short deck.
And don't worry, we will be getting graphics up shortly for you guys. So let me just point out the quick rule right here. In this game, this is short deck, so there is no 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s in this deck at all. It's been removed. We're just playing with the 8s and the higher cards. And another big difference is that a flush beats a full house in this game. This is the only hand ranking change that has been made. and then ace makes a straight. So of course 10 Jack Queen King ace makes a straight as usual, but 6 7 8 9 ace also makes a straight.
Cool. Yeah. That's interesting. It's really interesting that the flush outs are cut. I mean, of course, you miss 5 of your outs, so flush draws are much harder to actually complete into a flush, which is why they're, you know, worth more or stronger than a full house.
I believe Tom Dwan actually said that, you know, they were playing it normal rules where a full house, a flush loses to a full house, and they realized how hard it was to make a flush. So then they made this tweak. That's the rules that we are playing today in this tournament. As you can see here, Ivan actually stabbed with Jack 9 offsuit, but Chen here just raised up with Ace 9, which actually is an inside straight draw, in case you didn't see, because 6 7 8 9 ace would make a straight.
It's really interesting. It just, I mean, I've watched the last broadcast from Montenegro and now seeing this as well. It's really interesting to see that it reminds me so much of PLO.
Yes. I think yeah, PLO is a good one. I haven't played too much PLO, but I think I've heard that comparison a lot. So we're getting some new players here.
Yeah, it's whenever equities run closer, that means that the variance goes up. That also means there's more action. You can win more pots. You know, that's what makes PLO very interesting. It's really cool that they have found a way to introduce that to Hold'em as well. Wasn't there some crazy stat that it's almost impossible to run out a high card hand in this game, or like, you know, it's like very small chance?
Yeah, there's, you know, in this game there's a lot of things that actually probably people don't know. Even the people playing, they don't know like maybe the best absolute strategy in this game. So I wouldn't be surprised your statistic is a true thing as well.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting that on top of the action, you also play this ante-only. So there's so much incentive to play a lot of hands.
Now we already got our first all in here from Makita. And I believe he was a dealer. I'm not sure exactly. But let me tell you about those yellow tickets in front of everyone. You see those little yellow rectangles? So this represents a re-entry. I believe when you buy in, you get a total of 3 entries, the one you're currently in and 2 extra rebuy tickets, and they all represent, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's 100k starting stack.
Okay.
And then if you bust, you can use one of those tickets and get a fresh stack multiple times, and that represents 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for all 3 of your entries to combine.
And that's cool too, because that's what you also see in PLO tournaments, right? Since you get 3 tries at it, because it's so high variance. You get a little bit more play for your money. Use different bullets. I think that works really well. I think it's really smart that they did that.
So yeah, it is looks like 100,000 starting stack.
It is really cool that they did a warm-up event like this, where, you know, I mean, if the first short deck event you're going to have to play is something like $120,000, then you might be a little bit hesitant. So I think these events are great to get people to know the game more.
That actually was one of the requests by the players, I believe. There's a lot of, like, you know, foreign players that were like, hey, we only play Normal Hold'em, but we're interested in playing this short deck, but we don't want to put in like 100,000 US to start playing or 30,000 US. So, you know, they created this 100,000 Hong Kong dollar low buy-in, which is actually a really big buy-in because that's still 13,000 US roughly for these players. So they do listen to the players, try to make a good event for everyone.
Yeah, and if you ever wonder, if you ever see the Hong Kong dollar, if you ever wonder, just divide by 8 roughly, and you'll have the US dollar amount.
All right, so Makita Badziakowski, he limp called here Queen 10 suited. His flop top pair. He's got a 67% chance to scoop some chips here. He's just shoved all in here with top pair. It's gonna kick out. Should kick out Ivan, unless he's very heroic.
You really see how much the action escalates with these antes.
冇 shot clock 㗎嚇？呢條好慢咁樣。
Yeah.
我而家到佢啦。
So Ivan here is just, you know, taking his sweet time, but he folds.
All right, gentlemen, the clock is paused. We are at 8 players. We're going to have to do a redraw. So
There's some other people coming in.
Okay. The computer
Yep.
did the redraw and printed it out for us. So we're going to let you know exactly where your seats are.
All right, so they are doing a redraw.
Give me a second to get that printout. We'll get everyone reorganized.
This is something that is very common in high roller buy-ins, of course. Some people come later. This could seriously be something like people had a late lunch, you know, with these fields. So there's some new people coming in. I think that for fairness, they're doing some reshuffling, which gives us the chance to talk a little bit more about what we're going to expect to see.
Okay, guys. So we did this all electronically. All I have is pictures. But Makita, you're on 1-3. Kenneth, you're on 1-5. Ben, 1-6. Hing.
Chao Hing Yang, Mr. Chao.
You're on Chow.
Yes.
2-2.
2-2.
Table 2, seat 2. Yi, table 2, seat 3. Wei, table 2, seat 5. And Marcus.
Yeah, when is the table 2, isn't it?
Marcus isn't here yet. It's table 2. Anybody need a
你
rack?
講咩啊？
We did this, guys. You're going to have to trust us electronically.
So I'm on the
People get
5-3,
moved to their
right?
new seats.
I don't.
This the first table? Yeah.
You're on table 1, seat 5.
So we should have
Is it the
2
first table?
tables now.
Table 1.
Okay.
Don't forget your bullets.
Don't forget your
Yeah, I
bullets.
would rather keep them. Sometimes I scare myself away.
I think it's a really smart way. I just like the setup of it all, you know, like you remove the bottom part of the deck, you switch the rules around a little bit with the flush over full house, you make it ante-only. Like these are all, it fits really well with how the game is being played.
I mean, it definitely was a adjustment. I think they tried to play short deck with the original rules, right? And they're like, this is not working. How can we make this seem like a more complete, perfect game for the style of the game? And this is what they've developed. You know, it's a new game. It's been very popular. You know, the first short deck Triton stream was on the Triton series in Montenegro not too long ago. So that had some crazy action. I'm sure you guys have watched, you know, those big cash games, big tournaments.
Inflation is hand blinds are on blinds are 2 and 4,000 next hand. 2 and 4,000.
So they're just balancing the tables right now. Again, it's 100,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. Unlimited re-entry. I'm pretty sure there's no one here that's going to do one and done. So if they bust, they will re-enter.
Yeah, if they're here to commit it. And it really is a warm-up event. So, I mean, you know, and not so much as in the buy-in because, like we said, it's $12,500 to $13,000. But if you compare it to the other ones, right? I mean, there's a $60K buy-in tomorrow, for instance. So, you know, there's going to be a $125,000 buy-in as well, short deck this week. It's crazy. So that's why it's good that we're going to have players get used to it a little bit. It might draw some extra attention. Gives us also a chance, you know, to learn more about the game and with you guys on in the audience.
That is Wai Kin Yong right there. That's the son of Richard Yong. It's one of the best players in the Asia region.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like father to son thing. I'm gonna make these games for you.
Oh, it's funny. So last Montenegro, Richard Young won an event, right? The No Limit event, and then he's like, the first thing he said was like, I'm the #1 all-time money list in Malaysia or something like that. And because everyone's like, people are saying like, oh, well, why Ken Yong? Isn't he the best one player? And like, no, I'm #1 based on Hendon Mob.
Yeah, that is
so
awesome.
it's like really funny to see him kind of like come out laughing and trolling right away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool to see because you really get kind of a home game feel when you watch these guys play, and it's really good for table dynamics, table chat. Everybody gets along, or at least they're used to playing with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely everyone usually knows each other. I would say, as you can see, these guys they've been just chatting it up. They battled last series as well.
Yeah, you're gonna get so many references, right? Like that plot we played last month, or you took me down, in a game yesterday, and it kind of continues. And it's really cool to be a fly on the wall to that sort of thing because, this is the way these high stakes scenes are, and how they're developed.
Now we see Ben Lam here. I wouldn't be surprised that some of these guys haven't actually played with Ben Lam. I'm not too sure how much he ventures into short deck and or Asia. So we'll see how he does in these events.
He is a really, I don't know if it goes for anything, but he is a really good PLO player.
Mm-hmm.
So, he will understand the concept of playing these multi-way pots where equities run close, what it does. He actually has, I think, at least one, maybe two bracelets in PLO. So
yeah, everyone, even if they don't know the game, they're like, you know what? I'm a top player. I know how to adapt really quickly, and they just jump into the short deck. I believe last Montenegro, Patrick Antonius, he said, I never played short deck event. He's like, I'm probably going to skip the $1 million Hong Kong buy-in because it's a lot of, like a big buy-in for a game I never played before. You know what? He ends up firing 2 bullets into it. It's like, the prize pool was too big. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. And I think imagine, right? Like when you've ever tried a new game, the learning curve is so much fun at the beginning because there's so much new information and you really feel like you're just trying to sort everything out and trying to come up with strategies, and when something works, you're so happy, It's that first part is really cool, so I can imagine a lot of people jumping into this.
So don't worry, action will be underway shortly. Everyone starts with 100,000 chips. That bullet ticket, meaning another 100,000 for each ticket. I'm sure you guys recognize the voices. I'm Randy Liu, Nanonoko, alongside Lex Veldhouse, the famous Twitch streamer. I'm sure you guys are here to have a good stream with us.
I think this event has a little bit of a faster paced structure than some of the others.
So many entries, and people just basically like buying this fucking 10 anti-stack, just throwing these like tickets, basically I literally jump into last level like 30 minutes before the end of registration, and I managed to lose three entries. Like it's basically 9 bullets, I played like 20 hands, and it cost me like 3 binds. Sick.
I would expect maybe 150.
For short deck? 1 million?
That's all you
Really? It's gonna be bigger than Montenegro?
For sure.
Triton is definitely growing. It's they're going in a good direction.
In the short deck wise, like VIPs are willing to play.
And full deck.
Hold on, they're not just not gonna play. They're like drawing dead,
Yeah,
you can't blame them.
Yeah, it is better for the economy, huh?
It's not only about being drawing. Like I don't think that's the biggest concern. It's just not as fun as short deck. Like once you played short deck, why would you care about
True.
Is this more action than PLO? Like much more?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
It has to be,
as you can see, like we
Yeah,
played
but we're
3
also
hands.
like very short.
We played 3 hands and I've been all in twice already, so.
But the funny thing about this
yeah,
tournament is our structure, when it goes to the final table,
Rule number is
It's kind of deep.
it's kind of deep. Cool. Because you get lots of re-entries, and the final. It's kind of deep.
Yeah, what's the 250,000 Hong Kong buy-in final table? And everyone was like, you know, pretty deep.
Even the 1 million one is pretty deep. They played quite long. Jason won.
Yeah.
He played quite long.
All right,
I think
so
he played till like 5 a.m.
I think
something
cards
like
are underway. Under the gun is Badziakowski of 10-9 off, so he's going to come along for a call. Now this is a game where there's a lot of calling or limping. It's because there's so many antes in the pot already. So you actually see a lot of people slow play big hands from like under the gun as well.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Is it 17?
like Ben Lamb's opening this one up. We don't see his whole cards just yet.
I knew 17 wasn't enough.
I mean, it makes sense, right? If you're gonna have to limp a lot of like connectors, because connectors are pretty strong in this game, because it's much easier to make straights, right? Only half the deck is there.
Yep.
So if you wanna protect that a little bit and make sure that you don't get taken advantage of, you need to limp with some big hands as well.
Yeah, so we should see like limping ace king early position, just
Parents
re-raising
like
all in usually actually,
Yeah.
and protecting yourself.
Yeah, that's such a nice hand.
Set the tone right away, like, hey, I'm limping big hand too, so you can't raise me every time.
But I mean, he's like one of the best players in the same time. So.
Yeah, for
Who's that?
Well deserved. Feeder? Holds?
Uses fader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you guys all for joining us today. Don't forget to follow this channel because we are doing a lot of events for you guys, high stakes action. I mean, we're gonna have a million Hong Kong dollar buy-in events, as well as 2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in events. So don't really want to miss that.
That's action on Young. He has ace-8 suited.
Yeah, I believe. Okay, so they're all gonna check around pre-flop. No, what Ben Lam has flopped the nuts, king queen here.
And of course, I mean, I'm gonna assume that people are gonna be a little bit more hesitant or wary with top pair situations, right? When there's a straight on board. Like we said earlier, straights are much more common.
Yeah, people should be playing like one pair hands a lot slower. Look at Ben Lam, he's just calling here with the nut straight. You know, closing action too, being very tricky. Let's say it's not that common, but he's definitely thought of some strategy going into this. I will say this though, because he just called closing action, people are never going to put him on a straight on the flop.
Yeah.
So he might be able to trick people into giving a lot of action. And Richard Yong here actually turns a flush draw.
Great card for him.
So he's going to keep firing. 16,000. It's about a pot-sized bet.
And this kind of turns his hand into like he knows that he's semi-bluffing, right? It's like if he gets called on the flop, ace, you know, stronger aces are pretty likely.
Yeah, I would say that this is definitely not for it's like a little bit for value against hands like queen jack, king jack, but he's mainly just he is trying to bluff as well. It's a funny situation. You're doing a bit of both, because this actually would put a ton of pressure on hands like even a6, 10 jack. They might not be able to handle like another barrel coming on river. And look at this. You know, Badziakowski's coming along with queen 9. He's drawing dead right now. Just to a chop. Ben Lam, does he want to raise now? I would think maybe, because like it's 2 guys still in the pot. Flush draw, I don't know. We'll see what he thinks.
And this is kind of a little bit of an issue when you don't raise the flop. You get in a situation where you're like, well, I kind of want to raise now, but now he would look even stronger.
Yes, he is going to shove. Now he's actually gotten Richard Yong, Wai Kin Yong to put in even more chips. Had Lam raised the flop, he probably would have folded on the flop, but now he's in a situation like, ugh.
Yeah.
I've got 2 clubs. I've got re-entries.
Yeah,
You
that's
know, like
probably the most important reason.
he's in his hand kind of, the way Lamb played it kind of looks like maybe he's got like Queen Jack of clubs, like trying to make a move. He doesn't have that hand, so this is what Yang is thinking about right now.
Yeah, I think that if you're in Ben Lamb's spot and you wanna make a semi bluff here, let's say he does like what you said, right? If you have you need a queen or a king in your hand, you need a blocker, because like the more likely good hands are, the stronger blockers become.
And he's gonna lay it down.
And you guys might be surprised that Queen 9 still being in here, but in short deck straights are much easier to make, which is why he called again on the turn.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit confused. Like, how is this guy check calling and check raising all in all of a sudden? But it's actually made Lamb make the most amount of chips in his pot.
Yeah.
So it looks like our biggest pot so far of this start of the tournament.
Nice little introduction to the game there for Ben Lamb. Ah, so this is how you play the game. You make the nuts.
I'm hooked.
Yeah, there you go. You see?
Hands of this lifetime. I think I love it.
That's funny. Make the nuts ones love the game,
Yeah, you can't really like pretend you didn't have the nuts too, because there is a delay, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna find out.
No.
Bachikowski won a pot earlier, right off the bat, before they redrew, so he's still above the 100k mark.
So 7-8 off, so he's going to come on for a limp. You can pretty much limp a lot of hands, especially if no one's going to punish your limps in this game. So we'll see how players adjust.
I think that position is going to be very, very, very important here too, especially if this is an introduction to, to a new game for a lot of players.
Yep. Yeah, you'll find out the position is very important in this game. Alright, so no one flops a queen. Got multiple players with a pair of aces. No one's really happy with it. I do expect this to just check around. It does quickly. Another queen? Here's another queen.
Did you just spot that?
Yeah, I can see it,
Live pro.
So, does anyone want to take a look? Ben Lamb here is the one stabbing.
Interesting.
He just thinks that no one has a queen, no one has an ace. But he's not correct in this situation.
I think that people are gonna, I mean, whenever I say something like that, I'm just trying to assume stuff, right? Because short deck is relatively new for everybody. That includes me. I would say that people check a lot more on these type of boards, right? Because you're gonna try and bluff catch. Because why would you really bet ace 6 or ace 7 ever here?
I would say most players won't be betting the bare ace on the flop. So Lamb here, when he gets 2 callers, he's definitely not going to try to make a big bluff at. So he just checks. Now Badzikowski here, he's actually doesn't think he can get called by worse. I think he's debating, do they ever have a queen here? Maybe I can just blow people off with a chop.
This is just a sign of a sick online player who really studies the spots. Like, okay, if it's pretty clear that somebody else is chopping, let's say, I mean, I think a lot of it's gonna tell by the size of his bet. If he's gonna bet like 40,000 here, double the pot, then he's clearly trying to push out other aces. If he bets like 4k, he's trying to get some nasty value from like jacks or something. But
so he does check.
I don't think I'm gonna win.
He's gonna come on, show the garbage, Ben. Nah, he's gonna muck him. Gonna chop it up.
Boom the river. Boom the river.
Don't worry about the graphics, guys.
Not for me.
I think it would have been an interesting spot to actually shove, because I'm thinking, I don't think my opponents are gonna bet an ace.
Okay.
So once you see like,
So like, if you want to use our phone, we just
Yang,
stand up.
he would always check. He would always bet of a queen, right?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't expect Makita, who didn't even bet of an ace. So I think he might have been able to get away with some really crafty bluff. But then like sometimes you're like, oh, I'm not sure. These guys are super sick. Let me just check.
That's always like you bet 3 times a pot and you think you're so smart, and then
Yeah.
somebody's like min
All-
raise.
yeah, all in.
Oh, why did I do that?
So hard to see.
Anyone want some chocolate? No?
Nope.
Thanks.
Please.
Joaquin, do you still play Hold'em cash at all? Or just short deck?
I want to play some. I don't get a chance to.
Tomorrow we'll have.
Hmm?
Tomorrow should have.
Yeah, but I don't want to play small too.
Might be bigger tomorrow.
I don't think that will be a big Hold'em game. No way.
Alright, so Ben Lam with the Easton as well as Betjakowski.
Oh.
Young
Oh, you
has
think so?
position. Also has that blind
Broadcast
invested.
Can you hear us talk?
I think so.
Is this guy's name quite sensitive?
You mean the singer?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a big game.
But you say tomorrow maybe 5k, 10k and above. You say, I don't know. He's been crushing the games in China.
And this is weird because you might think to yourself, oh great, you know, because it's more likely for me to have a king or a jack because, you know, the lower half of the deck is not there. This will be an excellent spot for me to continuation bet and rep something. But your opponents also are more likely to have a king or a jack.
So you will notice in this game, their bluffs and stabs are generally like gut shots.
I miss
very
those
common.
times where I play 50, 100k. So much fun. That's not gonna happen anymore.
So looks like ace 10 is coming along as well. Both players are just ace high. It's hard to stab here again when someone calls you on king,
Yeah.
jack, and king. Like,
They've
if they
been
called
nervous
you
at
for
all
king or
sometimes.
jack, are they really going to fold the turn?
that.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
In the beginning, yes, but you play long enough, you used
And
to
the
it.
10 in your hand is
It's like when
disaster.
you're
now.
all in for like 200 BBs each and then like
Takes away the chance that they have queen 10 or, you know, even 10-9.
Hold them.
I mean, Betjakowski is a very calculated player.
Finish.
He
So that
actually
is
is
no
going to
worse
stab
now.
here again.
You go all in every hand. If you're gonna be
17,000.
nervous, you have to be nervous the whole night.
You think that
yeah,
it plays
no,
through his head that Lamb is
but
playing
this is
this
like
for one
short
of the first
compared
times?
to like
I mean, I would think so.
This is standard. This is not
Uh,
short.
I think
This is
my
the universal
thoughts are
standard.
Makita
the
bets
tankies.
that
Yep.
turn, he gets called. He might even
I've
blast
played
the river and
20
just try to
antis.
represent the quads.
30 antis.
I think it's pretty realistic.
Yes.
Have you heard of the game that Timothy played in Heads Up? Like,
Against Ozimat.
there was a pretty short game.
He crushed too.
I know the cap, but how many antes were they deep?
Something like 20 inches or you mean like the price of NT?
No, I'm not asking that.
They were playing like really short, like 20 inches or something, just you know, or like 15 maybe.
Gamble.
Just the pure gamble. Yeah.
I'm getting the hang of it too. Limping from early position. Obviously, you know, these guys really observe the table, see what all the other guys are doing that are more experienced, and you try to pick up some tendencies because, you know, if your opponents have more time to play the game, your best first bet is to try to simulate some of their behavior. Flops 6, but he gets out kicked by Key. Clusa says, we need a Silder in this game, we'll figure it out in 10 minutes. Very notorious for picking up games very quickly indeed, Victor Blom.
Yeah, just going straight to the high stakes as well.
Yeah, alright, I'll show you guys how it's done.
I mean, he can still fly out here and just start battling right away.
It's never too late. We're looking at 10 days straight coverage here.
Look at this. Lamb is just, he's new to the game, but he's come out firing multiple hands already. Just raising with bottom pair. I think he's reading into Key's bet as a very weak hand, like a pair of aces like this. Trying to bully his opponent.
Just a pure gamble.
It's fucking boring, you know?
You don't even need to play post flop.
I mean, 2,000 is practically a min bet.
I play like 30 NDs and stuff like that. You know, play some VIP.
He's gonna lay down the best hand.
Even myself, I don't think it has edge.
Great move by Ben Lam there.
Yeah, Ben Lam is definitely adjusting
and
really
some VIPs
quickly.
play decent too. In this kind of.
Say that again?
Some VIPs play decent 20, 30 antes.
Yeah.
They're not doing terrible.
It's pretty easy to figure out, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to figure out, and they're doing okay, and then there's Rick. It's hard to beat that game.
Yeah.
You have to play perfect.
Well, even if you have the best hand, you don't really have that great of, you know, you still can lose, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's not like you have a set versus an overpaired hold'em or something.
And I fucking hate it, you know, because they have rules. You have to play 10 hours minimum, and you have to lose 20 buy-ins before you can quit.
Oh, you have to be down 20 buy-ins before you can quit.
Or 10 hours, either one.
That's pretty. I don't mind the rules. Those are good rules.
Yeah, but then the thing is, you have to. The game is boring itself.
You mean because it's so short?
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking at your hands, and all in full, all in full, all in full, right?
Well, does it not get deeper?
It doesn't, because
it's capped.
It's capped.
Oh, that's silly.
It is.
You should have to play like 100 blinds, 100 antes at least before you can go south or something.
They usually do this, like, let's say they buy in for 30 antes, and then they cap at 60 antes. Oh, but on average, you have like 45 to 50 antes, right?
Yeah.
So it's still the same.
Yeah. Well, it's just gambling. It's okay though.
And then sometimes they don't let me play on my phone too.
Huh?
Yeah, they say you have to respect the game.
Oh, you can't play on your phone.
I used to pull my phone and play. I just scroll and read something and things like this, but then they just complain. I can't take it anymore. It's too much torture.
So Young was just talking about some side games. Gotta respect the game. No phone at the table, pretty much. Gotta play minimum 10 hours before you can quit. All right, so we got a new hand here. So Badzikowski here with a 6 of spades does have a flush against the nut. Flush of key. Trying to trap him. Check, check again. I think Badzikowski probably wouldn't fold to a river bet given the way the hand's been playing.
Pot is still relatively small. I'm a little bit surprised the key doesn't build it on the turn. You could definitely get 2 calls from, you know, like a jack of spades or something.
Well, he is gonna definitely fire now. He's got the best hand.
Go.
Curious to see if he goes for a larger bet or a smaller bet. It's bet 3,000. Very small bet. Should be a call. No real point in raising unless he's trying to like move key off of like a jack of spade type hand. And I would expect Makita to usually call here, I would think, but maybe he thinks that key is never bluffing. But man, when you're getting 3,000 into this pot, it's like hard to ever fold.
And it's
Is it a
also
nut
different than
splash?
conventional pot odds, right? Like
Plus
normally, if you
3,000?
think like how much is out there, if you're battling in a big pot against your
That's
opponent,
some decent
half
value you got.
half of the pot is yours. But now with all
So
these
easy to get
antes, that
money
means
out
that a
here.
much bigger part is profit.
Yes.
So that makes it much more enticing to make these calls in for small bets on the river.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, okay.
I think Makita's got some dumplings being delivered to him.
Oh man. God, the food here is amazing. There's so much different
Yeah,
types
this
of
is-
food here. It's crazy.
It's a great venue. It's a very big
how
venue
you
too. Very nice.
The tournament pros from last event.
Once again,
Here at the Landing
How many
Casino.
we're
tournament
gonna come
pros.
here, or
No,
There's-
it's gonna play the
There's
start deck
4 different
Oh.
hotels here. There's a theme park. I walk with Merta. We walked
you mean
outside.
like
There's a
full
theme
deck
park.
pros or the ones that
Yeah,
food deck pro.
I believe there's
Actually,
a
not many.
theme park and a water park. So not just one, but
Oh,
both
yeah,
types
yeah,
of
there's
water
not
parks.
many pros are
Yeah.
coming because they're like tired after Vegas. So let's see.
Every time it seems like we discover a whole new area. There's like K-pop being blasted from the speakers. It's amazing.
Yeah, foods of all types as well.
2 and 4,000 next hand. 2 and 4,000.
Alright, so Ben Lam with a real hand here. It's the best position, obviously, because he has last say,
Coming from Vegas
every
to
street.
Korea is decent.
but also people expect him to
Once
steal a little
From
bit,
Vegas
bluff
to
a little bit
Korea
from
is
the best
decent.
position.
It's a long distance. I mean, it's like
I mean, there is direct flight.
Approaching it right now. It just
From not
seems
to
like
Jeju, but
the lines
up
up
for
shy at trying to win pots right now.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, I was flying through Beijing. Anyway, it's taking you like 20 hours or
Looks
something.
like the blinds are gonna go up, and table chip leader is
Why
Ben
do you
Lam.
fly to Beijing?
Got 135,000 chips.
Because
Makita in
Beijing,
second.
Beijing, Jeju.
Wai
So then there's a
Young
direct flight
short,
from
stacked at the table.
Vegas to Seoul.
But it's still one connection, so it's not changing nothing, right? I mean, maybe it's closer, like from Seoul to like Jeju, but
So the Jeju is 1 hour. Less.
yeah, I mean,
it's often people, if you play a game for the first time, you know the rules and you're reasonably comfortable with approaching it from a strategy point of view, it's really good to at least make somebody else's life hard. If you play aggressive, you know, let's say you qualify into a bigger tournament for the first time, playing aggressive is really much harder to deal with than playing very timidly.
Yeah, I would say like you'll usually hear the best players are usually aggressive. Usually you don't hear like, oh, they're really tight.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They folded away to first. You know,
This really sneaky player, I don't know how to play him.
yeah. So you know, I like to say like if you're like a newer player, generally speaking, aggressive is more correct. Like
Yeah.
it's gonna be a better strategy in the long run.
No,
Not
I
to say
agree.
that a tight strategy is bad. It's just
Not sure what I'm supposed to
you
do.
find more opportunities to win pots, and you're not depending
Seems
on
like a bad
making
hand.
hands to get farther in the
Yeah.
yeah, at
tournament,
least
right?
many other high rollers said that they're not planning to come. Maybe they'll change their mind. I don't know. It's obviously tempting to play like such a big events with a good field. So
I look at all the high rollers nowadays. I think we have the best fields
that's
most
true.
of the time. Maybe even Super Bowls.
Yeah, Super Bowl is the best. It's just sick structure for professionals. But in terms of percentage of like VIPs, Triton is the best. Triton is really making a good job, like providing a very nice service, and VIPs happy, professionals are happy, organizers making some rake,
Trying.
everyone doing well.
Alright, there you have it.
Give me 1K. Yeah.
We don't make money from this thing.
Hmm?
We don't make money from Triton. We donate all at the end of the year.
Wow.
Wait.
He's like, wait, let me play this spot and then I'll hear you out on that. So really a big action flop. We have Key here, and as you can see here, the percentage, he's 40% to hit a straight draw. Even though there's an ace out and a 9 out. Look at that. Wow. So he's 40% to win the spot against the 2 pair here. That is awesome. That is just so good for the action.
Yeah, straight draws are very easy to hit in this game. So actually that makes sense to kind of play it aggressively a little bit more than usual. Last Montenegro series, for the Triton series, we've seen a lot of people actually play bottom 2 pair very passively because it can easily be beat. I think Key is reaching for raising chips right now. So actually,
there you go.
This is going to put Badzikowski in a very tough spot because if you're up against 2 pair or set, well, it's GG, right?
Yeah.
And I really like this play. It's aggressive. Even he's got 48% chance to win a spot, even if they get it all in right now.
Yeah, that is absurd. With an ace and a 9 out.
Yeah, with cards blocked, and we are taking account into card removal too. So 48% is massive. Badzikowski here he's got 2 pair, but he's in a situation where he's flipping at best.
Yeah.
Because Key's not going to be raising King Queen like, oh yeah, I'm all in King Queen or King 10.
Yeah.
Well, that's just unheard of. So a very tough spot here.
And also the size that he makes it, right? It's a very big raise.
It is a very big race, but in short deck, a lot of people tend to make bigger sizing because the equities run closer.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. So Badzikowski actually just going to call here. He's going to try to see what turn card rolls off and decide whether he wants to commit or not. The 9 is actually one of the cards he's probably scared of right now. But there's not that many safe cards. I would say like the Jack, the 7, and the 8.
Yeah.
Are like the only good cards. Key here, he turns to straight with the flush draw. So actually the Jack of Diamonds is not an out for Badzikowski because of the he's got 2 pair he checks. Oh, it's sneaky.
Yeah.
What does this look like to you if someone check raises you, the straight gets or you check?
I mean, it could be a hand like Queen 9, but
it's ambitious.
It's ambitious.
Nice try. So he just checks it.
Oh, that's gonna be the card that's gonna make it much more easy for Badzikowski.
So Key here got tricky on the turn. Couldn't bait Badzikowski. Is he gonna decide to bet now? I would like to see him bet because it's hard for your opponent to have a bluff. But actually, Jack 7 is one of those hands where you might consider turning into a bluff.
That's true, because yeah, that's very interesting. Because the board pairs, you know that you bluff a lot of you can bluff some straights out because you know the chances of full houses are less out there.
It's a tricky spot.
Man, that would be awesome, but.
So, I don't think Badzikowski can think he's got too much showdown value here. But then again, does he think his opponent's going to fold if he does bet?
That's true.
He likes to take his time. So it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do.
This would be a very technical bluff.
Yeah, he might be thinking, well, I beat Ace Queen.
Yeah.
That made this play. Not Queen 9 anymore.
No.
I guess just Ace Queen, right? I can't even see any other potentials.
It's pretty unlikely that Key is gonna check raise with a king, right?
Yeah, it's unlikely unless it's 2 pair.
Yeah.
All in.
So he's going to shove all in.
Boom. It's probably not good.
Snap called.
Wow, really nicely set up the trap there.
Key actually got max value there. Check on the river. I like it.
Yeah, that was great. Check raise, check.
And you know he had a plan because he snap called. He wasn't like, oh wait, I didn't expect
what
this.
do I do now? Yeah. And guys, just to explain, when we say that the equities run close, so
is
like.
Is it possible to have another table? Because I'm having my meal. Yeah.
Playing for first time, huh? Yep.
You've never played short deck? Me either.
Oh, there you go. So, got the #1 ranked tournament player in the world right now.
Yeah, Stevie last series, the Montenegro, didn't play short deck at all. So he just saw how much action was going on. During that month or two away from the game,
okay.
he's like, okay,
Yeah.
I know how to play now.
Yeah, that's why this is a good event, because obviously he's been around. He's been around the action, but this is his first time trying it as well.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry, what you were saying about Triton?
I'm saying we don't make money off it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's small money. It's more like about having your own game, I guess, for Paul and Richard. You know, like,
More like a fun thing for them.
yeah, I mean,
Enjoy playing.
it's like,
I think
It's
it
good
can
to-
build though. If it gets more popular and more people.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. In a
but
way.
it wasn't the goal in the first place, I guess. It's more like
Right.
to be able to
Yeah.
have your own series, invite
Yeah,
some
this-
friends.
yes.
Whatever. Give me my chocolate.
Sorry.
Oh, baby metal quote.
I think in this tournament is if you don't do small events, let's say you don't do like a whole series of every small events for the mass market, your branding is not going to work much. I think if for instance, if Paul or Richard they sell the brand to someone else, to you, for instance, right? You're not going to make this happen, you know?
Yeah, it's not gonna work. I mean,
Yeah.
this only works because they're like inviting friends.
Yes.
Friends are
So
happy.
basically, what's worth for this company, this branding is them. It's not even Triton itself.
How many use black?
One.
Come on, just fire all of them.
Copy everyone else.
You're a new player. You have to, just try to get more chips, and that's your only chance. You're not having advantage in a game, but you could have advantage with the chips.
You use yours, I use mine. I have no ones to win.
Okay, let's go. No?
I think
Called
it's
out.
the only event in the world where the smaller stakes has less players.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, 250k was kind of small field in Montenegro, and then 1 million was just crazy for a short deck.
So I want to point out that Badzikowski is actually not going to use his re-entry ticket, even though he's so short. In this game, is advantageous to be the short stack because the equities run so close. Like in PLO, I believe the shorter stack you are, you don't really want to top off to cover everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to kind of keep his little bit of chips and just shove all in.
Yeah, that's I didn't get to finish that point because of table talk, but when we say equities run really close, equities is the value that your hand has pretty much. And when it runs close, it means that people always have a big chance to win the hand.
What is it?
Because it's easier to make bigger hands.
Yep.
So that happens in pot limit OMA, it happens in short deck as well, so that's what we mean, when we say equities run close. Like a no limit hold'em, you can have people down, which happens quite a bit when you have people down to like 96% or 96 to 4% favorite you are. That just doesn't happen in these games.
That's correct.
Unless it's a really crazy situation where you flop the immortal nuts.
Nikita is playing 2K.
Oh, okay. You see? Such a fun game. First hand you already
That's how I try and get my chips.
So Young's going to...
So fishy.
Wow, so
So what's that you
Chidwick
want to see?
calls all in with pocket
Not really.
tens, something we didn't see happen
Oh yeah, I mean,
the last series.
close.
I was gonna call you a horse.
Guess he's got a good read that Richard Young was making a move. So, Steven Chidwick's first hand, all in.
Okay, 10.
Yeah, it's a good flop for Steven Chidwick. Needs to dodge the 10 or the jack.
Okay, no 10, no 10.
Alright. Welcome to the game.
Yeah, first hand, calls it, calls all in, chips up. Might even be, I think he's probably second table chip leader now.
Yeah.
So Wai Kin Yong here loses his first initial entry, but is going to use one of those entry tickets and get another 100,000 chips.
You're the best so far. Let's crash in a game.
Give me one. I can do it.
So he's got another 50 antes. He's got one bullet behind.
The beauty of short deck tournaments is that there is like no single player in the world who are studying like, I don't know, 10 antes, 20 antes, you know. Like some players had a lot of experience in 100 antes games, but once it gets to tournaments and and like you have no clue what to do with like 15 antes. Okay, with a strong hand it's easy.
Actually, Jack 10 suited is a very strong hand in this game. You will see a lot of people just go crazy. And Chidwick's going to be all in again, practically. I mean, 2 hands he's been dealt. He wants to play with it.
And I assume that it's really good to isolate, right? Like you really want to fight for what's in the middle, not allow any other.
You want to push out the other queen jacks, and those other types of hands. Most players have been actually been reshoving all in here. I think Chidwick's practically reshoved. He's made a 90k. Because like we've been saying, the equities run close, so you do want to push out people out of the pot.
Yeah.
I said almost flipping, you know.
Premium.
So we should see the equities soon.
We're waiting for the percentages as well.
Thanks for getting rid of them.
But I think this is like close to a flip, actually.
I would assume
it's close.
so.
I think it's closer to flip than, ace king versus queens and no one hold 'em.
Yeah.
But
queen.
Still got 23% chance to hit a jack or 10.
Oh, actually, queen is not helping. I think it's better.
Oh. It's going to need a 10 or a queen. Otherwise, there goes Bad Zikowski's 20,000. Yeah, it's actually nice to be Chidwick, right?
Yeah.
Just come into this new game.
The life of Stevie.
Rebuy.
I respect him for firing a tournament like this, though.
Yeah, it's a small buy-in relative for the series, but this is actually a pretty big buy-in tournament.
Did you play this on in Montenegro?
So I came there in the second day in 1 million, and there was 30 minutes before the end of registration, but I managed to dust 3 entries. So it's like 9 bullets.
9 bullets?
Yeah.
And how long?
9 bullets within 30 minutes.
Really?
So I basically played 20 hands.
Seems really hard to do.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
So you
kid.
lost
You lost
3
a lot of
buys.
money.
Yeah. But then you rebought a 4th, I assume.
Huh?
So you rebought a 4th time.
No, like the 3rd time. I rebought it the 3rd time. So I basically lost like 6 bullets in 20 hands, and then I rebought like the full stack at the end of registration.
Nice, congrats.
Man, congrats. It's not really a record I want to beat, you know?
It does seem like kind of one of those things where if poker players talk about re-entries, they, in a way, it's almost like a prideful thing. You share the pain, you know?
Yeah, they're really proudful. Like, oh, I got 10 entries, you know? Alright, so we got some limping going on right now. Ben Lamb's going to call as well.
Pretty cold, huh?
Yeah.
What player?
Kate Trikas. Said it's not going to be too cold.
So key here is flop best, but it's on a very not great looking board. So he's actually going to check. So everyone's going to check around. But no one has a spade.
Yeah, that's pretty
like
crazy.
4 players, no one has a spade. It's hard to make a flush in this game. Does someone take a stab at this point? Not yet.
That's really tough. I think that a lot of people are also just kind of this seems like a pretty decent time with 4 players in the pot to check a queen of spades a few times.
I personally think I would check too. It's like it's hard to get called by worse too, right? It's only a 10 and a 9 of spades remaining and an ace of spades. A 7.
When you say that out loud, it is really crazy. There's only a 7 and 9, a 10, a queen and an ace.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's not very many. And Key's gonna win this little pot here.
Is there 4 spades on the board?
Yeah.
And 4 players?
Sorry.
Yeah. None of them had a spade.
You go to Sochi after this?
Unlikely. What do you mean? My room number is 2332. 2332. Okay.
Again, guys, we're gonna mention this a lot, but if you want to know what the dollar amount is, divide the Hong Kong dollar number by 8. So this is 100K Hong Kong dollar buy-in, which will be $12,500 approximately, give or take a few hundreds. And that's what Randy was talking about earlier. You see Key here just calling with ace queen. I might go for a check raise.
It's not a check raise if it's pre-flop.
Oh.
Nah, but totally understand. Richard, I mean, Wai Kin Yong is flop top 2 pair. He's got the best hand. This is kind of one of those games you don't really see slow playing as much. You kind of want to just bet out, protect yourself, because you don't know which card makes someone else a straight. That's why you see Wai Kin Yong just stabbing out here.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it's if you get in a really tough situation, it's usually, you know, you have to get to an earlier street to figure out if you could have prevented it.
Yep. And you see Key there, he just folds top pair, second top kicker, ace queen. You know,
wow.
It's like really quickly too.
That's
so
good. They starting with
single pair hands are just
like the small one, you know, so
people aren't really in love with
have
it.
some practice
Yeah.
and then
and
jump
it was
into
correct
big
fold in
ones.
this situation.
And on ace 6-7, there's also a straight
Are you
possible,
planning
right?
to play the bigger
I mean,
ones?
people can have
Yeah,
8-9
this one
for a
goes.
straight. Or
Yep, and
Fair enough.
against a
It's
hand
my
like
satellite.
8-9 probably, my guess is about against top pair, maybe like 45% or so. So, you know, it's tricky.
They should use this anti-structure.
How do I?
Regular time.
Yeah, I mean that's
fun.
definitely makes the game like I think it's a future because with the solvers and you know like an online when you, I mean there's no way like solvers could possibly solve like this 500 pots and everything.
You'll regret it. You will for sure regret it.
Why?
I played this for quite some time. Hold on.
Didn't you like
It's
it?
too slow or what?
No, it kills the game. The game is getting very bored. People just limps too much. You get like 5-way, multi-way pots all the time.
I think they were talking about discussing whether to have a shot clock. I think they were talking about. I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get that. Catch that bit after they talked about solvers.
Chidwick here, pocket queens on dealer button. He's gonna raise it up. Those orange chips are 5,000 apiece. We should see Lamb fold Queen 9.
Can I go to the washroom?
Queen 9's one of the weak hands in the game.
Would you limp that in early position?
Suited, yes. I think offsuit. I think most players have actually been just folding that early position. Like you see hands like in Queen 9 offsuit on the button, no one holding. You're like, oh, this is a marginal hand. I could play this, but in this game, it's not so good.
It is really cool to see the players thinking about each situation
We
as
got
well.
a super tight game. Super tight game.
Young saying this is a tight game right now.
This is not what I normally play.
But you know, the guys who've been
But I mean in a
doing
multi-way
well is
pots like
Chidwick and
everyone's getting
Lamb.
something.
You know, they're the
so
new guys to
there's
this
like
tournament series.
more coolers or.
But it's hard to open if you have 3 limpers in front of you. If you have Queen Jack off.
You know, why can you talk
But
some
isn't
strategy?
it fun to play multi-way pots? It's yeah, this could be
But it's always
making game slower, I guess, because everyone is like taking the time and then checking it.
oh yeah, but then when I played back then was worse because there's no button 4000. So worse. You can check.
Check on the button.
No, you can check on the
Every position.
The blind.
every position.
the
You can
ante.
check.
Told you. Check raising
That's
free
the
flop.
old
It's
school.
terrible. That's a terrible, terrible game.
So why Kenyon was saying how before they were playing where the button wasn't the double ante.
Call.
So people, since they already had the 2000 invested, they can just always see a flop as long as no one raises.
That sounds like a very slow game indeed.
Yes, so they've made some adjustment to it.
It's really cool how this is like a group of players plays this game a lot, and they could be like, let's change this. All right, everybody four.
Pretty much.
And it's like a small group of people who just decides, you know, lays down the law.
So actually 7-6 suited is a pretty good hand in Ultimate Hold'em. Actually one of the weaker hands, I would say, in short deck. It just doesn't make good straights.
Yeah.
Like, I think someone can always have a higher straight,
It's
I
like
believe.
very comparable then to 3-4 diamonds or something.
Yeah. And in this game, since straights are more likely, it's just not as good. So, Batikowski currently has the best hand, but Chidwick's got the most equity, most multi-way. He just has an inside straight draw on overcards. Something that would be unheard of in Ultimate Hold'em. Both players are just going to fold.
Because I don't play like tournaments much at all. If let's say like he leaves, do we like out of courtesy just take a little bit slower for our decisions or just play normal?
I mean, everyone is just playing regularly.
Okay.
Like if you want to leave, you either try to figure out the best timing for you to go, or I mean, usually people are just waiting till the break.
Break in 5 minutes, right?
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, it must be. Oh, he's coming back.
Breaks in.
Viking!
Just wait.
Joaquin!
Run.
He's here.
You see, this is just amazing. Don't take his hand
He
away. He's
was
here. Come on.
almost about to take your aces.
Yeah, they're such nice guys.
Yeah.
Now
He's
you
got
have
ace
to
jack.
play.
He's like,
That is really funny.
Did we get him, guys?
Nope.
Hopefully I can give you action.
Wow, look at this. Equity's 49%.
I have no idea what
Wow.
to do.
Yeah, it's just
Wow.
got queen 10.
Is that 100, right?
I mean, if you could see his cards, this would be a
slightly
call.
more. 103. Yeah.
104.
104.
See what Lamb thinks about it. I mean, he did see Young shove Jack 9 offsuit earlier.
That's true.
Oh, he wants to call so bad.
Yeah, he almost did it. You see that? Like,
He's gonna let it go.
oh.
I like it this way more.
Huh?
I like it this way more.
Next break.
No, there's 2 tables left. Another table.
Yeah, so there is another table in action. I mean, people think, jacks are really hard to play in long deck hold'em, regular no limits hold'em. Wait till you play him in this game.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Well, gets a little bit easier now. Just trying to work all the different straight draws out of my head. There's a lot. All right, there's a lot right now. So just for you guys' information, always remember 6-8 is a gut shot here. If you have 6-8 and the 9 hits, you have a straight.
Yes. I was like, let me confirm. So Yong's on a call here of 10-8. Inside straight draw position. Badzikowski now with a full house. He needs to decide, does Yong have a draw? Like a club draw? Well, he needs to charge a club draw because a flush would actually beat him.
Yeah.
But if he's got a straight draw, he wants to check. But if he wants to bet against an ace, so he's trying to decide what hand does Yong have right now? What is the best play to do? So he's going to go, he's going to try to get the straight draws to take stabs here. Probably thinks an ace would bet for him sometimes. Now this is actually perfectly played because Yong has one of the hands where he needs to take a stab at some point, but he's actually going to check. Maybe take a delayed bet later.
It's a little bit tough. Oh my god, what a river.
Yeah, that makes it straight.
Wow, that is crazy. Maybe a saving grace here is that it's a club at least.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's break.
Badzikowski's going to try to get value. It's a pot-sized bet. Yong hits the card he needs.
Okay. Okay.
But he's facing a pot-sized bet.
That would have been a bad idea.
I was trying to think, what
Yeah,
does
let's do it.
Badzikowski play this way? He's wow, he's shoving all in here.
That is so sick.
I would say this is a hand turned into a bluff.
I think so, but that is so incredibly impressive.
Wow.
How mad are you going to be if I do it next break?
You guys are thinking, well, Badzikowski has a full house.
But
Well, this is an easy call, but in short deck here,
Hey, Drea.
a flush beats the full
Hello, girl.
house. So 2 clubs.
Oh, the
Oh
whole
my
crew's
god,
here.
yeah. I didn't even think about that one yet.
Two
I
of
just
the
thought
best.
in my head ace-jack, ace-7, ace-9 are much more common.
up to?
Yeah, no, it's the
Oh,
flush.
God. This is such a sick move. Wow.
So it's 64,000 more chips to Badzikowski. I mean, Wai Kin Yong, one of the best in the Asia region, really showing you some advanced bluffs right now.
This I'm blown away by this one. This is super technical, like just really smart.
I mean, Yong's probably thinking, well, I beat a bear ace like ace king, but just in case my opponent has a full house, and if I think he's gonna full house,
Yeah.
might as well try to win both ways.
Yeah. I think there's a possibility that he thinks as well that Badzikowski wouldn't necessarily bet a flush draw on the flop because it's so much less likely to hit that you're probably just gonna take a free card.
Yeah. Well, Badzikowski really wants to fold, but he really wants to call as well. It's a really tough. I think this motion kind of looks like it's a 50-50 to me.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks very credible as a flush.
Yeah,
You know, you see the board pair, you're like, I'm just going to check it, try to make my hand. It's a free card.
Wow.
Badzikowski's been in the tank for 2 minutes on this decision so far.
Are you at this point worried that your opponent might not know that a flush beats a bluff?
No, he knows that Wai Kin Yong is one of the best in the game. That's what I would do. I would ask, hey, by the way, do you know the rules have changed?
That's the old, where are you from? Where are you from?
There is the action. This is actually just a limp pot, too. In a limp pot, I think people don't make crazy bluffs as much in limp pots, so it's even more credible than normal. So Badzikowski here almost 3 minutes in the tank. Shaking his head.
Yeah, full house? Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
He makes the call and catches that bluff.
86.
So White Kin Yong is going to lose another re-entry ticket, I believe. Or he might have some chips remaining. I'm not quite sure. And that's going to be
Hey, hello.
final hand of this level. But we're going to show you some highlights from the other table soon, so don't leave. And this is the chip counts for both tables. Everyone in the tournament right now. Ivan Leo's the table chip leader. Chip leader of the tournament right now.
It's confusing. Yeah.
Here at the
Don't forget
Jeju
the Flash Beats
Shinhwa
Full House.
World,
Right?
having this Triton Super High Roller Series.
刘已经约了好几次，既然这一次又要被你们放鸽子，借口太多，一次又一次。你们不是忘了就说是有事，济州之行我们真的可以考虑。行程方面没有太多的琐事，趁着年轻应该多看看风景。美好的时光不等人，会很快流逝。我特别想去济州，想炸鸡啤酒。神话世界说走就走，不用考虑太久。赢了送机票，价格 perfect 完美，不仅免签，还有很多优惠。套路烂借口全部都得靠边，这里拥有美食变形金刚各种乐园，济州神话世界等着我们发现，几周后在济州见，别被别人抢先。
Alright, so we're gonna show some highlights from the other table right now. Leo, the tournament chip leader at the moment with 245,000, not to give any spoilers, but we're gonna see how he got there. Wow, that was a fast call.
Yeah.
It looks like this is not the first time they played.
We've seen these guys in Montenegro as well. So Chow here. He makes it straight and laughs at Ivan.
That is the best kind of game, when you can spike something nasty and just be like, I try to do that too, but usually my opponents aren't listening.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to next time. I'm gonna laugh at someone when I beat them in the pot. But you know, they play with each other a lot. These are the highlights from the outer table that was happening, and then we will go straight into the action soon after. So there was an all-in pot outside, Ivan, Leo, and Chen. These are all new hands that haven't been seen yet.
There's a straight draw for Leo. Oh, there you go.
Yep, that is a bigger straight for Ivan. Unfortunately for Chen, he does have a straight, 9-8-7-6 ace, but Just 9 high.
We're going to be covering hands from this table next. It's going to be very interesting to see with Leo being as aggressive. So here we have that next hand.
So, you know, looks like Ivan's just steamrolling people. He got tripped hands on this spot. You know, Tam in this spot actually bet 20,000, really big bet with a bluff, but can't shake Ivan.
Blockers are even more important in this game because it's easier to make big hands. So having 9s here is so strong because straights are so common, right? So you know that there's very little chance your opponent can have 9-8.
Yeah.
So
You
really
do see people make plays with blockers a lot too.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do the flush blocker play as much. It's just people don't believe you have a flush when it comes out.
Apparently not. We just saw, flushes are so hard, I call.
So Ivan in every single one of these pots.
That's true.
Wow. So he shoved all in here with just a pair of jacks. So he's a very aggressive player.
And he does have a gutter. Gut shot to the 8.
Yeah. It's a hard one to see, but he's hit an 8 to win this pot. It's an ace, so this is how Chen wins some chips.
Very interesting. I mean, because there's so many antis, aggressive style play is going to get rewarded a lot. You have to do it at the right moments, of course. Alright, and here we're back with our feature table. Showing some chip counts.
Well, that's how you guys saw how Ivan played all those pots. Currently the chip leader of the tournament. Wai Kin Young is the short stack. Actually has already used 2 entry tickets, I believe. No, actually he still has 14,000 chips remaining from that last pot he just lost. So this is live, 30-minute delay. Action back on. You know, we've upgraded the highlights from the outer tables, something new feature. So a lot of times people are like, oh, how did these guys get all these chips? Well, we're showing you how now.
Yeah. Gives you guys a little better look into the trajectory that got them to a certain point. If they do join the feature table or when you do see the chip counts, especially with a guy like Leo, it's cool to watch.
So Ben Lam here flops the nuts, but Keys, he's got the nut flush draw. Chidwick, he can make a bigger straight if he makes an ace. In this game, actually, a lot of people share cards that outs, you know, so like you don't have clean outs, or sometimes you have less outs than you expect. Chidwick's the one betting. And Lamb here. Last time we saw him slow play a big hand like this, but he's not going to do it this time. He's actually going to shove all in.
32K out there.
I was like, Richie on snap call, but I mean, why can you on just snap call? But he only has 10,000 chips.
That sounded like a lot more chips than it actually is.
Yeah.
How much?
99.
Yeah, okay, I can see.
So key here of the nut flush draw. In a 3-way pot, he has 30% equity. It's a big bet, and he's going to make the correct laydown. You always feel good when you lay it down and you see the nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, price is good, but eight. Okay. We'll take
Oh
it.
wow.
Yeah.
Chop it up. That's pretty disgusting. That's a big difference too, like we talked about earlier,
Guess
because
you
of all
just
the
doubled
antes.
up?
Yep.
So much dev money in there.
I think so.
I like to say in the ante game, generally speaking, you should be trying to win more pots because you get blinded out a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Trust that is the key.
So he is still the short stack.
Short stack, short deck, short clock. We also need a shot clock for this game. Everyone already having no clue what to do, and you know, with just like limited amount of time, it's even better.
But isn't this game simpler than Hold Up? I think so.
I don't know.
I feel like it is.
Yeah, it's
Only technically, yes.
But people
no one.
spend tons of years playing Hold'em, and this one is new. And the blind structure is much tougher than like regular one.
This kind of showcases why it's so good to have, or why it's powerful still to have a short stack. Every time you get in there, if you can get some folds, you win so many chips. It's so easy to make a comeback. One or two hands, you can be right back up there. Bet Tchaikovsky with a real hand though. Queens here, definitely gonna call. It's such an interesting dynamic because the people are gonna limp aces and kings a lot more in early position in this game than they would in Hold'em. So even if somebody goes all in, you have queens, and there's two limps from early position. But not the case this time.
Ten of spades. Deal.
There's the king.
Come on, why no 10?
So Yong's going to go ahead and
I'm giving
double
up
up his
small
short
one
stack.
to
I think
win
he
a
just
big
had
one
14,000 chips earlier.
Yep.
Now he's up to
I could afford
62,000.
to double you one more time.
I mean, like we've been saying over and over, these antes do add up.
That's the best feeling in the world, when you're like, you think you have to rebuy again, you have barely anything left, and then all of a sudden you have a starting stack again.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to point out was that when you're the short stack with just 14,000 chips, the optimal play is not to use your re-bullet ticket and just play with that short stack and try to run it up because the antes are so large.
So you think the
Now,
most
if we're
people are
playing
coming
like a
days?
tournament
Too
with
early
no
or
antes,
too
for
early?
example, then it might be
It's
just
too
fine
small?
just to
Yep, like
rebuy right away.
people maybe like to stay at home, rest for a few more days before they come, skip this 100K.
Yeah, but probably 500K gonna be bigger, right?
Maybe. A lot of people coming in 2 days.
Still a reasonably big stack for Tchaikovsky.
We do need that shot clock.
Jacks earlier. Some really big hands being limped here. This king queen for Chidwick. Could have been much more of a disaster. Oh wow, there you go. So Chidwick flops the nut straight, But Bachakowski flops top pair, top kicker with a nut flush draw and a straight draw, of course. I have to count that. So, I mean, this is gonna be a massacre. But because two pairs and straights are much more common, might be saving grace here for Bachakowski, and he's.
Yeah, but even if he's up against two pair, he's got a ton of equity, like against like Jack 10 or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's just gonna call though and just take it slow because of how deep they are, which is what he does.
Interesting.
So it gives Badzikowski two pair, but it brings a very obvious straight. I was curious to see if Chidwick opts for a larger sizing or like a medium. I can see him betting bigger potentially because he's got, say he's up against another queen. Well, he's got the queen of heart redraw, so he's kind of like free rolling someone. He also does want to charge some two pair type hands. So he's going to bet, but he's just going to bet about half the pot, just trying to get some crying calls at like king jack, you know, ace king, ace 10. Because a lot of times people don't really like calling with two pair on these kind of boards.
Yeah. I mean, you're also going to be expected to bluff this board quite a bit, right? Like, people check to you, you bet.
Well,
get one call.
If I had a bluff in this spot, I definitely would be firing on these four straight kind of boards. It's just very easy to represent a queen. So, doesn't shake Badzikowski. Got the call you wanted.
Oh, I need 91 as well.
9 on the river.
It's really hard to flop flushes in this game.
Yeah, it's really. Well, let's see if it happens this whole week. I'm not too sure if it's gonna happen. So Chidwick, he bet about half the pot on a turn. Needs to try and get a crying call. So he's gonna bet 25,000, half of the pot again. Trying to get some crying calls. Badzikowski. He's got top two pair. Just trying to decide, okay, what bluffs can Chidwick have here? It's pretty tricky. I would say the most likely hand is something like an ace X with a heart, right?
Yeah, I agree. There's 3 of those.
Ace 8 offsuit with a heart. Then I'm gonna pick Jack 10 turning into a bluff. I would say that's the more likely one. But he's gonna get called.
Wow.
Very nice value bet by Chidwick. You know, recognize as opponent, if he wants to get called, he needs to not bet too big and pay it off.
很多人还没到呢。他们不打的，他们每次来都没有打。很多人现在职业都没到，因为可能觉得10万太少了。因为太大了。对。
So this is day 1A of the short deck ante-only 100,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. That is about 13,000 US, unlimited re-entries. We will also have the main event in the future, which is 2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in, and also some million Hong Kong dollar buy-in events as well. Just doing a little warm-up, 13,000 US, no big deal. Yong here just shoves 10-8 offsuit under the gun, takes down some blinds and antes. So just by taking out the blinds and antes, he's picked up 10,000 chips there.
Yeah, you're gonna hear us mention that a lot, but it's just really important to hammer that home. Yeah, it's a very telltale sound of a poker room. You hear all the chips riffling. It's especially in the larger poker rooms, it's really crazy. It's like the only thing you hear. To me, it sounds relaxing.
So Key here is going to limp with King Jack offsuit. Lamb, Jack 9 suited. He's going to shove it all in.
Oh.
You know, people use hands like suited connectors as their semi-bluff type hands pre-flop. They have a lot of equity. Say he gets called by ace king. Wouldn't be surprised if he's got like 48% chance to win the pot. In short deck, the antes are huge, so it makes sense if you're kind of like this shorter stack to just try and push it all in, pick up the blinds and antes. Even if you get called, you might double up.
It does seem like it's way more high risk when you go all in with the ace king before the flop. I mean, people can call a lot.
Yeah, you saw the queen 10 suited earlier.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if you're gonna be that close to 50% with all these antes in, and then you know, in some cases, money invested.
I mean, if you heard the table chat earlier, they were saying how some of the less experienced players, they prefer short deck because the equities run close. You know, they say they're making like a decision that might be slightly wrong. It's only like a couple percent, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
So that's why this game is quite popular.
God, I would be so mad if I got Jack 6 in this game.
So Jack 6 is what the worst hand, as well as 6-7 offsuit. These are like the two worst hands in the game.
Oh, interesting.
I would say it's kind of like Jack 6 offsuit is like a 7 deuce, and then 6-7 offsuit is a 2-3 offsuit.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay.
And I believe I heard them saying like, well, just like in Nolan Home, one of them was better in a full ring table, and one of them was worse heads up.
Yeah.
I think you can imagine that the Jack 6 would be better in heads up, but worse in full ring. Even if you make 2 pair of Jack 6, you're like, oh man, does someone have bigger 2 pair?
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of those situations where if you flop 2 pair, you go, God damn it, I did not ask for this.
Yeah, and then you get stacked. You're like, dang it, I knew it. So it goes check, check here. 14,000 in the middle with just blinds and antes.
Pretty good spot for Chidwick here.
So Chidwick is bluff catching by checking this turn card. Bazikowski's like, I got bottom pair. I just want to get to the river. Interested to see if Chidwick decides to try and get value his pair 10s or try and bluff catch.
Don't think he's too concerned about 8-9. 8-9 would have been a really good bluffing hand on the flop.
That is true. Chidwick is going to stab here. Trying to represent a hand like Queen Jack, King Queen mainly. But quick laydown from Bazikowski. I think both players played that hand pretty well. Couldn't out-level their opponents.
Ace ace?
So would you use bluff?
Yeah.
Oh, 2G.
Maybe quads.
我们本来是想，如果多个10万，可能可以做到那些大众的客人，没有想到够不了。开发短牌，给多一点人试试。
So for people just tuning in, this is the first event of the Triton series. We're in South Korea, Jeju, to be more precise. The Shinhwa Resort. And that thing that you saw in the commercial is actually true. I mean, it's I understand, it's really quirky, but when you open the window and the girl sees there is a theme park, that's the way I felt when I walked in the street and I turned the corner. I saw a random theme park, and then there's a water park too.
Yeah, there's a water park too.
It's so funny. There's about 25 restaurants here.
This property is huge too. It's very nice.
I think the biggest surprise of today is that Nano was able to find the casino.
Yeah. Don't worry, Lex. I'll grab lunch with you soon. Just getting a little lost.
Yeah. So lots of people in this pot. Is this family pot? It is indeed. Really hard to get action here, but gotta try. I think Key might come along, but Key has been showing some really good discipline in this. And a little bit too strong to fold, though. I mean, even against the hands like three of a kind, you're doing pretty well with straight draws. Straight draws are just so powerful. It's keep being amazed at it. Ben Lamb with a really interesting spot here because he's drawing to the win with this exact card.
That is a win right there. Other players need to hit the last. What card can they hit?
King. Yeah.
Yeah. Just need a king. Now, Key here thinks he's got the best hand. He's actually going to bet out 30,000.
Doesn't want to give a free one to potential three of a kinds. King 10, of course, is very rare.
Lamb needs to decide, should he shove now or wait for a river card? He probably knows his opponent has a 10, so he is going to go all in now.
Yeah.
Young here doesn't have too many chips left. He's probably a little bit suspicious that someone has King 10.
This is such a sick spot. I mean, this is already one of those spots where you in regular, long deck hold'em, and you just think, oh wow, would it be that way? But in short deck, it's so much more common. So this is a serious consideration.
Yeah. Some people are like, oh, you got a straight, you got a snap call here, but Young here, he's very suspicious. Wow, he lays it down.
Wow,
very nice
great
laydown.
folds.
Quick call from Key, and he's not going to like it.
Yeah, that's called the Jin card.
He's got 11% chance to hit the king to chop it up.
98.
That's an ace on the river, so Lamb is going to double up. That was a very nice fold.
Yeah, that was a very nice fold.
I mean, he flopped the straight.
Definitely can tell that he has a lot of experience there, considers it, makes a great fold. I mean, also because Key just bets out straight into two people, so you can pretty much discount three of a kind or two pairs.
Yep.
And then somebody playing into that, even raising. Yeah, but still, I mean, great fold.
Yeah, because I think he probably thinks, well, if Ben Lamb actually just has a 10, he probably would just call, kind of see what happens on the river. But the fact that he just went all in there pretty confidently, probably read into both players having a good chance of having King 10. At best, he's chopping. He's never, like, crushing someone. Kenneth Key here just got 49,000 chips left.
Yeah, was off to a good start, but fortunately fell a little bit behind now. How many straights are we going to see? A lot. A lot. Straights are very common in this game. I mean, if you take the deuce 3, 4, 5 out, straights become more common, flushes become harder to hit. Which is why flushes are ranked higher in this game than a full house. Which is, I'm saying that more almost to remind myself. Guys, that's like 8 million hands, and you even more, but like 8 million hands of hold'em.
I'm gonna catch you. Watch, you're gonna see like a flush and a full house out there. You're like, oh, full house wins this, right?
Yeah.
Like, nope. Look at the percentages. Like, look at them.
Yeah, and the viewers think that they put up their percentages for them, but it's actually for us, so we don't look like idiots.
So it looks like an all-in and a quick call. So let's see the Bazikowski King Jack suited against Ace Queen suited.
I'm actually not gonna use it anyway.
Both players holding their bullet tickets like, yeah, we're ready.
But yeah, king is coming.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Well, I think
shows the percentages.
50-50.
50-50.
50-50. This guy's only got one pair. It's 50-50.
All right.
Really
GG.
That's 100% for Key.
49. Okay. It's always nice to be losing a small fleet. I give him 1,000.
50-50 on the flop. This guy's got 2 pair.
Just saving some.
That is so crazy.
Yeah.
Smart.
So you know how like
Veteran play.
amateurs like in No Limit, right? They flop 2 pair, they get out of their seats, jump around like, oh yeah, I'm gonna double up. In this game, you'd be like, wait a second.
Sit back down, please.
Tomorrow is the second starting day.
I like that though, because even if you're on a lone situation, stuff is not as much a lock. You know, it's really good for action.
I mean, there's
one player left.
Yes, there is a chance that someone is going to win today. Like the only winner of day 1A.
You can re-enter all day though.
No, it's only 7 levels, and then you have to play a couple more levels. So
You
like,
played 9 levels total, right?
Yeah. So there is a chance someone will bust like all other players.
Yeah. Seems unlikely, but
Yeah, but then the second player is never ever gonna not revive, right?
Bachikowski. Considering if he's just gonna go all in with this, I guess.
Well, he's only got 68,000 remaining. He is gonna shove.
Yeah. Well, what would you compare like ace-9 offsuit in this game?
How much is it?
69.
It's really not that strong of a hand.
No,
it's
I was gonna compare it to something like 10-8 suited in No Limit.
Yeah. Well, Ben Lamb's calling him Jack 10 suited here.
I have the nuts, right? They tell me it's the nuts.
Really nice. Good call by him.
Yeah. Well, Ben Lamb saying they told me it's the nuts.
That's true. Yeah. He obviously got a rundown from a friend that said Jack 10 is basically the nuts.
Yeah. I think he probably asked multiple people. They all said the same exact thing.
Definitely not. You're still in it. You're still in it.
Your 2 pairs.
So Badzikowski makes a straight on the turn.
How easy is it?
25% chance to get some equity. So Badzikowski's gonna ship it.
I got it.
I'm impressed with Ben Lamb with how he's picking it up, how he's picking up the tendencies, and making this call here. It's really good to you get a lot of new information about a game to just recognize it and say, oh, I'm supposed to call here, right? They told me it's the nuts, whatever. It's good.
Yeah, in No Limit Hold'em, a lot of people, amateurs, and they're probably correct. If they see Jack 10, like, oh, I have to fold because it's not even an ace, a king, or a queen in my hand. But in this game, that'd be making a mistake.
Yeah.
I was still confident on the turn. I was still confident on the turn.
Bachikowski definitely getting some raising hands here.
Yeah, ace queen, but he might actually consider a limpy raise. But I think he's looking for. Those look like raising chips to me.
Yeah. It is very interesting. I mean, he's been limping a lot. He even limped early. We saw him limp king 6 in the cutoff. You know.
Nah, I think he just shoved all in.
Yeah. There's so much money out there. This seems a little bit big to me.
I would say this is actually a bit big. But I think like he took so long. I was like, you know what? I'm just all in.
Whatever.
I was probably like, this is too suspicious if I start limping. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But he gets by shoving all in. He actually did kick out Chidwick's Jack 10 suited.
That's true. That's a huge win.
Let's
shove out 50% equity hands.
Well, yeah. Every time you're shoving out 50% equity hands, you're actually gaining.
Yeah.
Right?
You're gonna see it on the stream. You want?
I'll bet you $500 you didn't have aces.
Yeah.
I bet 1,000 I didn't.
It's really good in tournaments. You really want folds. When you when somebody raises pre-flop, for instance, even in normal No Limit Hold'em, right? If you raise with ace king, or if somebody raises and you go all in with ace king, you're usually hoping for folds.
Yep.
Because that's the highest return you can get.
That's why I would say if you're up against one opponent in this game and you flop a straight draw, if in theory you can see your opponent has one pair, just top pair, you should be playing very aggressively on the flop because you're flipping. Yeah. Worst case scenario, or you get your opponent to fold and you win what's in the middle.
Yeah.
So I would say playing straight draws aggressively on a flop is a pretty good strategy in short deck. Whereas in no limit hold'em, it's a good strategy, but then if you get called, it's not as good.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, guys, this is our digs. So this is what we're playing like. It's the background is a little bit less bright for us, but obviously, my man here, Randy Lou,
PogChamp.
Yeah, this is actually first time we're both on a stage with anything related to a tournament.
Yeah, it's just the only way we get on the stage on a tournament is to commentate it. Staying in tournament's a tough thing to do, you know.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Excuse me. Is there a food menu? Oh no, you're not.
All right, so back to the action. So it's checked over to Badzikowski, Queen 9.
Queen 9 again, a really strong hand to have on a board like this.
Food menu?
Ideally, you'll want to have the nut straight draw, so like King Queen, because say he makes a straight with King, someone could have Ace Queen, and of course that's awful. But it's just ideally if you could choose your cards.
Yeah.
In this game's a little bit more important. We got a little dealer change happening.
Seeing a lot of familiar faces walk around the casino as well. Everybody coming in.
Ben Lam's got a menu of them. Steven Chidwick and Ben Lam, the two new players to Short Deck Tournament. Table chip leader right now. Wai Kin Yong is still on the bottom of the chip stacks. So here at the Triton Poker Series in Jeju, the 100,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in short deck ante-only event.
First event of the series here. We're going to also have a 500,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in event, short deck as well, $1 million one, and then a $2 million Hong Kong dollar main event, which is going to be regular no limit hold'em, and again divide by 8 if you want to know the dollar amount. So the main event later on in this series will be $250,000 approximately. That's going to be pretty crazy.
And it wouldn't surprise me that a lot of the tournaments are re-entry, so it could be a bigger buy-in tournament for some players.
That's what they've been calling it, right? Like all the guys that play all the high rollers, if they bubble, but they're only in for one bullet, they're calling it the new min cashing. So they min cashed.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's funny.
Fake min cash.
The best decks I've probably seen.
So Wai Kin Yong's all in with ace 10 of clubs.
That's rocking. 40.
Tournament dealers, completion of Sam blinds are up, new blinds, or excuse me, 400 ante, 4,000 ante, 8,000 on the button.
Very enticing, same way to call with pre-flop when somebody goes all in. Also because of that, the dead money in the pot with all the antes. I'm gonna keep talking about that because that's gonna dictate a lot of the action or a lot of the moves that these players make is gonna be based on that dead money. It's like a little bonus on top, you know. It's like you flip, but somebody adds a little money to it. It immediately becomes a positive decision, money expectation-wise.
He had a very different style to like everyone else, so I wouldn't be surprised that Phil Ivey joins this tournament later. It's very possible, a lot of big names, but right now it's the early levels.
Like 250, don't you? Yeah, more than.
All right, so Lamb here of Ace King. It's up against Pocket Kings though. I think he's going to get stacked. But equities are unclosed, so it's not really. He should get stacked, quote unquote. So I think Lamb right now is deciding, should he shove all in or re-raise? And he's just going to shove it all in. Whoa. While Yong's all in here, 7-8 suited. Just figuring he doesn't have many chips left.
Is he?
Yeah, he's all in.
But
three-way all in. Well, 7-8 suited. Well, we'll see the equities, I hope.
I mean, it's set 37% for him.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't be surprised. He's flopped straight draw, so he needs to hit. He's got 31% now. He's to hit it. Ace or I believe the kings win this pot.
That is correct.
So
you have me covered, right?
He did it so fast. There must be something behind there, you know?
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, if its opponents both have big cards like Ace King, then this would be a call.
Yeah.
Most certainly, given how close the equities run. He's also like a short stack. Yeah, remember, White King Yong's also probably like
give him all these chips.
Unlimited re-entry. I've got 10 antes because the blinds just went up to 3,000, 6,000.
And then I need my rebuy.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see the exact equities on the hand.
I think he had 37%.
37%.
And then Kings was like 30. And then please don't ask me what's left.
Well, it's just math, right? It's 30 plus 37, 33. No more bullets behind for White King Yong. Was an aggressive gamble there, but you know, actually, if he did have 37%, then that was right.
I mean, it feels very much like Omaha when two people have aces, or when you know one guy has aces and the other has random kings, and you have a hand like 9, 8, 6, 5 or something random double suited. You're actually the one who's a favorite because everybody blocks their own high cards and there's much more lower cards present. I mean, that would give this game another level that would be really interesting. If a hand like 8-7 in that spot is just a clear call.
I know in Montenegro, players were playing 8-9 suited like very confidently, and 7-8 suited. Well, I mean, he was like, oh, it's a pretty hand. It's pretty good. I would say 8-9 suited is much better, from what I've seen. 10-9 suited was a hand that people loved. I remember 10-9 suited.
So you're really playing for the first time, and now you're having all the cheats.
Turns out I'm just as lucky at short deck as I am at full deck.
This guy's so humble. Come on, we all know Stevie's a great player.
All in? All in.
I think this gets to a point where everybody's really inexperienced. Short stacked short deck.
Yeah, Queen Jack offsuit actually. I mean, the antes and blinds have gone up. It's actually a play I saw a lot in Montenegro. King Queen here. He's gonna lay it down. Chidwick with Jack 10 quickly lays it down.
See how this tournament can get expensive.
Yeah.
At least go for a lot of buy-ins.
Yeah.
Well, when does the rebuy stop?
After level 7, or in level 5.
How do bullets work? You get 3 bullets when you buy in. So for every time you buy in, you get 3 bullets. You can use them whenever you want.
Yep, 100K each. Most people are just, you could actually buy them all in right away, but most people are just using 1 bullet at a time. When registration actually closes, you'll be forced to use all of your bullets and just turn them into chips. Okay. So you can't go to the final table with like 2 rebuy.
Yeah.
And be like, just kidding, I'm not out yet. That'd be pretty funny though.
Yeah.
So it looks like another all-in and call. Yong here is really gambling up a bit right now. King Queen against the Ace Queen. So he hits the king. Turn is a 10. And it's a full house for Yang.
Lamb taking it all in good stride.
As you heard Lamb say earlier, he's like, well, I can see how this tournament can get expensive. I mean, just been all-ins and calls lately.
Yeah.
Probably the best hand you've seen all day.
Not really, but
Nice needle.
I want to do something else.
Oh my god. Can you imagine losing a big pot, ace queen against king queen, and then your opponent saying, oh, I want to do something else.
Yeah, yeah, Ben Lamb's probably like, not nice. So as the blinds and antes go up, you will see a lot more all-ins and calls. So Yang here, pocket kings, gonna raise from first position. So you see he's making it 4x, a little bit different sizing than to how Chidwick was making it.
Yeah. Interesting.
So Lamb here, it's all in of ace queen, another all in.
That was dark.
Okay, just another full house for Yang.
Yeah.
King's full.
That would do it. Felt it by king's full twice.
We gotta remember earlier Lamb was one of the table chip leaders, I believe, and just lost all his chips. He's gonna use one of those rebuy tickets worth 100,000.
Why can't I hit you? Thanks.
33 ante, so that means you can only play 33 hands, or less even, with the bigger
Just fold
button.
every hand.
Then you're dead. Well, that wasn't what my strategy was going to be.
Nice. Well, Lex, I was thinking about staking you into this tournament, but now. All right, so Badziakowski of ace queen suited. He's just gonna call.
I like it.
See how last time at ace queen, like, it took a long time to shove, but this time he's like, I'm gonna call quicker, because that's what I wanted to do last time.
Yeah.
Lamb's gonna shove his pocket jacks. And a quick call from Badziakowski. This is another all-in a call, like back to back to back to back.
I gotta win 1 out of 6 of them. Guess I don't have to.
Small favorite for Badziakowski here. And he hits his ace. Down to 1 out.
Doesn't sound fun.
Damn. That's all she wrote.
So Ben Lamb has been officially eliminated from this tournament. He can get back in for another 100,000 Hong Kong.
I think we can have a winner today.
I thought he played pretty well, but I'm surprised he's the first one out.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he adjusted really well to a new game.
Well, I do suspect he'll re-enter into the tournament, but he can always wait for tomorrow as well.
Winner today, winner tomorrow, and then heads up on day 2.
Players are saying that the action is so fast that it's possible there's only one player remaining on day 1A, one player remaining on day 1B, and then they play heads up on day 2.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They're saying it's technically possible. There will be 7 levels of registration today, and then they'll play 9 levels total to end the day, is what I've been told. Yang's all in of pocket jacks, just shoving into the dealer button.
No, don't need account.
That is a really big shove.
Yeah, it's a big shove. You know, Richard Yang, Wykin Yang did say, I'd rather be do something else. So maybe he's just kind of like, well, I know it's a plus EV chip move, and just kind of play a little bit simpler on some situations, possibly.
He could also get called very light, you know. I mean, if he's really doing it, gambling with some other hands, then you should do it with your good hands as well. There's always a moment though when you're kind of over it in a tournament and you're bored maybe, or you want to do something else, but then you win a few pots and it's very possible that you get back into the groove. And you're like, all right, let's just finish this thing, you know?
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that, because some people, they have like, you know, you get down to like 5 BBs, you're like, I'm all in, whatever, and then you go all in, you win that one, you go all in again, you win that one, you're like, oh wait, I've got like 20 BBs or 40 BBs now. I can actually do good. But Yong's going to open up to Jack 9 suited. Should see Chidwick fold this hand.
Chidwick going over the strategy in his head, thinking, wait,
Jack 6 suited, this is a no limit 3-bet bluffing hand. It's actually a game where you don't see too much 3-bet bluffs. It's kind of like 3-bet all in, or just call or fold. Yeah, you don't really see like people taking weak hands and just, I don't know, going, just going for it. I would say this is an aggressive play right now. Ace-6 offsuit under the gun.
Seems pretty loose, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I will point out he did say, Yong did say, oh, the table's playing quite tight.
That's
so
true.
Maybe he's trying to play off of that. Oh, you guys are playing tight. Let me just raise a lot.
That's true.
Pick up some
Probably
antes.
not the best strategy to say that you want to do something else.
Yeah. that is true. But with one player eliminated from the table, it's one less hand to worry about. But Baziakowski, or Queen Jack of clubs, he's got position. I think he's
gonna shove?
I don't think he's gonna shove. Yeah, he's gonna call and see a flop.
Really strong hands.
Okay, boys.
And Key here shoves all in.
66.
Wow. Yeah, nice play from Yong here. Just kind of like isolate Baziakowski out, because he knows he's gonna call, right? Might as well just push out the guy who just calls, because most people fast play all their big hands. So he can just push him out. Even though he is dominated here, there's a lot of dead money in this pot right now.
He gets a pretty decent price.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. Maybe Royal Flush? So Key's gonna double up.
Yeah, really nice move there from Yong. He pretty much gets the odds with the dead money in. If he has a pretty good sense, Baziakowski's gonna fold.
Yeah, I think it's a good read that Baziakowski would fold, because everyone's been fast playing their aces and kings and stuff like that. Ace, king.
Guys, don't forget to follow the channel if you want to get a notification that it's going live. There's also a schedule on Twitter, of course.
Yeah, we're going to have event number 2 is a 500,000 ante-only short deck event. There's also going to be a no limit hold'em 6 max 500,000 that'll be streamed, as well as a $1 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in short deck only tournament, and the main event, which is no limit, will be 2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in. So do subscribe, follow the channel.
The schedule on Twitter, you can find @Triton Poker.
So Chidwick's got 2 pair, but Key's actually turned a set. Very well disguised. We need to point out that 6-8 would be a straight. 6, 7, 8, 9 ace.
I will admit that I did not see that.
Yeah, I'm like, So he's gonna go for raising chips. So Chidwick with a very weak 2 pair. So he loses to 6-8. But he might think his opponent won't have 6-8, because most people don't play 6-8. So it's probably going through his mind right now. He's probably also wondering though, who would raise this turn card as a bluff? Because there's not many draws out there, right?
That's true.
Jack 10, right? Double gutter.
Yeah.
So this is what's going through Chidwick's mind right now. If his opponent has pocket nines, this is the case 9. So actually he's going to try and see a river card because he's just not convinced. Maybe looking for a safe river card. And an 8.
6 makes a straight now.
A 6 makes a straight. But 6 is somewhat unlikely, like I kind of pointed out the 6-8. So I would say Jack 10, a little bit more likely with straight. Just like a semi-bluff. It's a very tricky spot. I think, I mean, for key here, does he bet the set of 9s? He is going to bet.
This is really good hand reading from Key here.
Yeah, maybe he thinks, oh, if Chidwick made a straight, he might just bet out into him. So he probably discounts the straight a little bit. Chidwick here, he really doesn't beat too much, but like some kind of funny flush draw play, right? Like a queen, jack of spades. So it's a very nice laydown.
Yeah, nice laydown.
I would say there's not really any safe card on a river besides a king or 9, right? Like, from his point of view, Chidwick.
Yeah.
Like, the 8 actually didn't look that dangerous, but if the 8 doesn't look that dangerous, what's a good card for him?
Yeah, that's the problem. And then you come kind of back to the, you know, if you get in a really tough spot, then maybe you shouldn't have played an earlier street that way.
Yeah.
So that's like the fact that there's almost no safe card for him, that he's going to have a headache decision. So you're going to lose to a lot of value hands. You're not going to make more against worse hands. And you're going to get bluffed. And maybe you should just get rid of the king 9 on the turn.
Yeah, I think that's something he should think about, unless he was pretty confident his opponent would just stop bluffing whenever the river card doesn't hit him. Yeah, there is no safe card besides the king.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So, table chip leader, Steven Chidwick, likely the tournament chip leader right now.
Very good first crack at this game for him. So he's never played it before.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's never played a tournament, I believe. He's probably never played a cash game. He probably just has done studying.
Yeah.
And he's got like some notes like, oh yeah, Jack 10 suited, check mark.
Yeah.
You know, all in pre-flop. But Chidwick definitely very good at no limit hold'em tournaments. Doing really well. Only 4 players at this table. I think you can get away with completing a lot of hands when it's just 4 players. You don't have to worry about people raising as often. So Chidwick's going to call 8-9 suited.
Yeah, that's true.
Queen 7 offsuit is a terrible hand. So actually these players are playing relatively deep, I would say. At least 30 antes each. So I don't think Badzikowski is just going to open shove, but he might. Love to see what he decides to do here.
现在目前他给我们的账跟总账比是有多少？
Hey Helen. Good, good.
Colin.
Why so
Hey.
late? Why so late?
I just woke up like an hour and a half ago.
Oh, really?
I had dinner. It was 2 days. My bags never came, so it's like I never wanted to do anything.
So you like having a jet lag or what is it?
I mean, I got in yesterday, like you saw, and I flew through Moscow, and my bags never arrived.
So they should be here. U.S.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Where were you flying from?
Tiva. All right, so we got 3 bullets on each of these.
So we got a new player at the table, Alan Sass. If you guys don't remember, he was playing Montenegro as well. There is Alan Sass right there.
Were you playing in Montenegro or just?
I hung out for quite a bit. I mean, I went to London for a little bit. Not much. I loved it there so much where I didn't want to go back to Vegas for the summer. So it was like, I figured I'd stick around and have a bunch of fun.
Just stick around and have a bunch of fun, he says. Badziakowski is going to be the undergun player. He's going to come along with a call. Pocket jacks. Sass is going to call 10-7 offsuit. And we're going to see a flop
You have
here.
to show a whole card?
Yeah, I guess there's a screen.
So no player flopping a good piece unless Young has got like an ace behind that hidden card. But let's check around. Turn is a king, so Badziakowski with the most likely best hand. Pocket jacks, but he doesn't know it. He's got blockers to a straight draw.
Blinds are up, new blinds, or excuse me, 400 ante, 4,000 ante.
And he's actually going to stab here. He knows his opponents most likely don't have a straight because he's holding 2 jacks. So takes the stab and takes that pot down. You definitely will see players attack when they got blockers to straights.
What up, Danny? What's up? Pretty good. Did you get in yesterday or? Nice. Yeah, let's get a drink later. Just in general. Later, tomorrow. Whenever we're free. Yeah. It's cold here.
So we are in Jeju, South Korea for this Triton Super High Roller Series. Powered by Jeju Shinhwa World. Got a lot of premium hotels, theme parks, water parks. Playing at the Landing Casino right now. So key calls of ace queen. Alan Sass shoves all in 9-8 suited. Gets a quick call. So he's got 47% equity against key all in pre-flop. Practically a flip.
How much is it?
So a Nullman Hold'em, there's no way the equities would be this close. But Alan Sass making a play at it. Tried to win it pre-flop, but now he's got to try to hit an 8 or a 9 or a straight. Trip 9s.
What's up? Which hand is yours?
I had the 9.
Ace on a turn.
Alright.
Gives Key a chance to make a better full house. So Alan Sass is going to double up here. Welcome to the table.
No, it's good.
Button's good.
So those yellows are 1K chips, orange are 5,000, blue 25,000 chips. You know, some of these guys, you don't see them play some of the other tournament series, but when they get a chance to play short deck, high stakes, this is when they come out and play. So action's gonna start on Key. He's gonna lay that one down. So Sass is actually gonna lay down a King Jack offsuit, not something we've seen in the past. Yong's gonna shove his pocket 9s into 2 players. Badzikowski of Ace King, unlikely to be folding his hand, especially if he's seen the way Yong's been playing. Very, very unlikely he'll fold. He's probably a bit surprised that Yong has just open shove 189,000, but the blinds and antes have just gone up, so it's not as big of a shove.
Thank you.
Mine.
So Badzikowski's all in. He's gonna try and push out Chidwick.
You have like 3,
280.
Chidwick's gonna lay it down, so
Hello. Oh, there's a menu. That's interesting.
should be a
Can I
coin
get
flip.
you have Jameson? Jameson.
Ace is coming.
Can I get a Jameson on the rocks? And also Stillwater, like the bottle one?
So Sass is ordering Jameson on the rocks with a still water. Flop a set of 9s for
Queen is coming.
Yong. Badzikowski needs to hit a queen to make the nut straight. Turns an ace.
Ace is coming.
Still needs to hit a queen. 14% chance. River is an 8, so Yong's gonna double up with pocket 9s.
That's what the ace.
Got
Game.
ace. Yeah, how much is it?
184万。
One.
Yong's been playing pretty aggressively throughout the day.
Alrighty.
How many players do we have left?
Left?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. But I guess I have to switch.
Alright,
So 4 plus you guys, 8.
Alan Sass just doubles up and getting moved to another table.
Almost
So that was a
couple flips and you're the winner.
Over there.
short preview of
That was
Alan.
just all in every hand. I probably won already. I have king queen.
Hello, hello.
Last one?
No worries.
Oh, big mistake. We're on a lot of chips.
So this is event number 1, the 100,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. Day 1A. Tomorrow will be day 1B. The day after we'll play the final day, Crown Champion event number 1. But then the stakes the next day after will be 5x. 5 times the buy-in.
Yeah, roughly. 10. No, less. 106. tens. No, queen 10.
Queen 10?
Steven Chidwick still got 2 bullets behind. That means that each bullet is worth 100,000 chips each.
Just a reminder on those phones on the rail, and if you need to use them or text, just kind of turn away from the electrical table to do so. Thank you.
All right, so on to Chidwick with Queen Jack offsuit into hijack. He's going to come along for a call. Blinds are now 4,000, 8,000. Young's all in with 10-9 offsuit. 380,000. Pushes out the better hands. Playing very aggressively, picking up those blinds and antes. It's up to 400,000. That's Makita Badziakowski. High stakes cash and tournament regular. Wai Kin Yong, the son of Richard Yong. Steven Chidwick, he's going to call King Jack offsuit. Yong here of 9-8 offsuit. He's going to reach for raising chips, it looks like. Nope, that was a tricky. I think he wanted to just call. He did just call. So we're going to go ahead and see a flop here. Chidwick flops top pair and a straight draw. Badziakowski checks to him. He's just got bottom pair. He's going to check it too. Turn is a queen. Chidwick probably doesn't like the queen because someone can easily have a hand like queen 9, queen jack. So he's going to check again.
Okay, go.
Check to Badziakowski again. He checks. River card is an ace. Chidwick makes a straight. Needs to decide whether to bet for value or to check and try to induce a bluff. He is reaching for betting chips. He's going to bet about half of the pot. Should get 2 folds, but maybe Badziakowski might read into this. But it's pretty hard for Chidwick to be bluffing this situation. So he does lay it down. Just gonna go ahead and win that small little pot. So our first elimination was Ben Lam.
Sweepy. Itu lah. Very fast. I think 2 more levels only. Hey, lai.
That's Waliong Chen. He was playing a lot in Montenegro. Did really, I think he had 2 final tables. Looks like he's getting moved to our featured table, possibly. Yeah, so he is now the 5th player at this table. Looks like he'll be getting chips next hand. He might have just rebought. That's why there's no chips in front of him.
You need to ask them for the bullets.
It's coming.
So it looks like Wai Kin Young has shoved all in here. We don't know the whole cards just yet. Badziakowski. So he shoved all in with Jack 10 offsuit. I don't... Badziakowski with King 6 of clubs. He's going to lay this pot down and everyone folds. So Young has just been kind of shoving all in recently. That's Gabe Pogorski. People are showing up now that the blinds have gone up. So now we'll have 6 players at this table. Unless Chen is getting moved somewhere else.
Where are my chips? He hasn't given me any chips yet. Yeah.
They Wai Leon Chan's asking for his chips.
Or you're not the chip guy, I know. Isn't the bullets or something? Yeah. I'll go last support. Yeah, make sure they give me that.
So that's Gabe Pogorski. I believe he got 3rd in Montenegro against Phil Ivey and Jungle Man.
Do you have to wait for the button to be dealt in or what?
So we got some new players coming in.
It's supposed to be dealt in, but I don't know. I don't care.
Thanks for trying.
Thank you. He left all his bullets.
So player will be underway shortly. They're just balancing the tables right now, making sure everyone's got their chips. Got Gabe Pogorski. Got Chen. This new table. Alan Sass, he came here, won a pot, got moved to the other table. So Badziakowski's going to shove all in with Jack 10 offsuit into hijack.
76.
You got the Jack 6?
No. Pogorski has a lot of cash game experience in this, right?
Yeah, he's played a lot of short deck as well when I last spoke to him. Plays a very aggressive style.
I wish I was in there.
Last time in Montenegro, I saw him make some really cool 3-time pot, all in bluffs on the river.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it looks like Young actually calls all in against Badziakowski's all in with ace-6. But needs to hit an ace now. There's an ace.
Wow. That's a nice
Mr. Too Easy.
A lot of outs, 46% chance.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, 46%. You saw that? One card to go.
That is crazy.
So lucky.
I'm all trying to think of a safe card, right? I couldn't name one.
Yeah.
A queen, right?
Yes.
And an
And
8.
an ace.
And an ace. And a 6.
So what's
like how you like be careful, right?
Now we know.
5,000? You can't.
And a
or tomorrow
7,
you
I
can
think.
Play again? You can't even try to give them more money?
What?
So like today, if you end up with chips, you can't play tomorrow.
You can.
Really?
You just decide at the end of day 1B which chips, which day you have more chips, and then move on.
Oh, that's 2-day one.
Good to know.
All right, so Gabe Pogorski was asking,
anyway,
can we play day 1B as well? And you can play both day 1A and day 1B. Even if you make it to day 2, your larger stack will be pushed forward into day 2. So if you get to day 2 with like, you know, not too many antes, you might play day 1B and try and run it up.
That is always the truly DJing thing to do.
Yeah.
All right, I don't like my stack. I'm going to go out there again.
Look, it's 13,000 US. I think I'm taking my half an ante over to day 2.
Yeah.
So I think with Pogorski joining the table, I think the action might change a bit. very aggressive, strong player.
We were talking about it earlier about him, how we both played a lot of heads up against him online.
Yeah.
And how he was always super aggro as well.
Nope. You been playing much poker?
Not really.
You been playing that PUBG?
Nope.
Fortnite?
Nope.
All right then.
Conversation's over.
Staring at your feet for a few months?
Good talk.
Oh, yeah.
Past month, football and pool. So
You've
every
been
day-
betting on football. You haven't been playing football.
Yeah.
It must be. It must be.
It's betting on football every single day and pool every night.
That sounds not so bad. You win a little bit of World Cup money?
We got a new hand here, and Key's trying to play his queen jack aggressively.
He's a 63% favorite, guys.
Yeah, and he's just got a draw, and there's
Well, at
the
least Brazil and Germany
nut
didn't win,
straight,
right?
but Badzikowski can now hit
I mean,
the
didn't
nut
all
flush.
all the fish bet on those two, Brazil, Spain, Germany, all the fish money?
I think so. Germany.
I mean, Key should be shoving all in here. He's only got 56,000 chips remaining in a 100,000 chip pot. I think he'll shove pretty quickly when it gets to him.
It really is cool, and like how small of a sample we already see how strong straight draws are.
Yeah.
Not only in their percentages, but there's just so many straights.
Yeah, if you're not aware of that, you're going to be in trouble too.
Yeah.
Belgium, France.
Yeah, France is good though.
So Badzikowski actually shoves all in himself, trying to turn his hand into a bluff. He's going to run into the nut straight. He's got to hit one of those clubs. 5 left in the deck, 18% chance.
I like the bluff.
Yeah, I think it's a good bluff.
They
I
got
think he can
outs.
get 2 pair to fold a lot.
5 of them.
I think I folded 2 clubs.
River is a king.
It's a very long straight. 66.
7 cards straight.
That is a pretty long straight.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone say that before. I'm going to use that.
Really?
It's a long straight.
Yeah.
I've been in
Oh.
Vegas.
Oh, that's cute, man.
I never make a straight.
Playing with JRD a little bit. Hurt.
I always have the
Lose a lot of
lower
money
end, you
if
know?
I told 'em. You hear that?
Like, oh, chips are going away from me.
I got some good hand histories though, I'll tell you that.
I've been talking to Vivek.
Oh, yeah, I didn't play any tournaments.
Vivek said, I shouldn't be surprised that you got into it.
Yeah, I give them action. I take it to the extreme. And for 2 months, pre-flop. So I got that.
Alright guys, so here we see the chip counts. So Waiken Young actually up to table chip leader now. So he seems to have settled down a little bit.
Yeah, he won a big pot with pocket 9s. He just shoved all in, and Badzikowski called him ace king, doubled up there, and just been shoving all in and just taking up blinds and antes. So being very aggressive. Got some new players. Pogorski, Wiliong Chen, and the only elimination we've seen is Ben Lam. Not sure if he rebought.
Maybe you just gotta go back to those online games. Call.
Sixes must be pretty bad hand. But there's so much money out there. And of course, Young's playing aggro, but I mean, even if somebody plays aggro with 10-9, that's a pretty good hand to have against sixes. The thing that's going through his head here, he has chance to like more than triple up almost against the most aggressive player so far at the table. And Young is doing the protecting for him, right? Like, there's a very big chance that Pogorski and Chen are going to be pushed out, but they're not that deep either. Wow, this would be gambling with sixes here.
I I mean, Young knows his opponents are very short stacked, so he can just shove all in here and try to make it look like a weak hand. He's going to get a call from 8-9 suited. That actually doesn't surprise me, given how short he is.
Okay.
I think Pogorski just kind of gambled up with 9-7 offsuit. Definitely not a normal call.
Is this mine? Sorry, I was too crazy.
Oh, that was too crazy? Putting the 2 chips too far forward?
Yeah, I think the 9-7 offsuit was maybe a little bit more crazy, but...
Yeah, $12,500 buy-in. I respect it. All right, there we go. All right, I want to see some equities.
Yeah. So
show me some percentages.
I'll take it.
9 on a turn. King on river.
Nice catch.
Nice catch. So Yang is going to chip up. Chip leader of the tournament.
Not really.
I haven't noticed his cards yet.
I'm getting used to the cards.
Rebuy.
$16.
So over 500,000 in chips now for Young. So right off the bat, Pogorski does bring a lot of action. I wonder, if you're gonna limp call 2 people with 9-7 there, why not just go all in?
That's a good, very good question. I think the reason is they kind of preferred a chance to actually see a flop for free. But I would say with the stack size they had, probably might have been
I'm not scared.
a nicer play in hindsight, like, oh, just shove all in yourself.
Yeah. Oh, here you go.
That's kind of a bit of both. So more all in calls.
Buddy.
He's got 10-8 offsuit, Pogorski. But look at everyone sharing cards here. 2 king jacks, 2 10-8s.
Ace queen is gonna be.
And Baziakowski, he's thinking about it because he's only got 48,000 remaining. So a lot of dead chips, so he's gonna come along too. So a 3-way all in.
Chip was like, what is this game?
Yeah, he's gonna see the cards and like, maybe they know something I don't know. I don't even think the way Pogorski turns up his cards, like he didn't even know what they were.
What a great sweat for everybody.
What a great sweat for everybody.
Queen 10-8.
We should have like one more person with a 7-6.
Lock in, stick it in.
So, boring flop?
What a... Yeah, 9.
Boring flop.
10.
8.
Wow.
Alright, I'm rebuying again.
So Pogorski's down 2 bullets after just coming in.
We just started.
Baziakowski.
No, cover, same. Just now, same time, buy in.
Rebuy. Rebuy.
Well, Chen is going to scoop this pot up.
I like this game.
Yeah, this game, he's starting to understand what they're saying about the close equities and high like variance.
You tell me.
Starting to make sense now, right?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Stack it up.
More one?
Let's get in there.
So Pogorski and Baziakowski are actually in the same exact situation. One's been playing longer, but they both have no more re-entry bullets left.
Are we having a break after this level?
Pogorski just... I think Pogorski... Did he get dealt more than 2 hands? I'm not even sure.
No, I think he's 0 out of 2.
Yeah, he's literally been dealt 2 hands.
You're asking or saying?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know as well, but I would assume Timothy playing in Vegas still.
But Pogorski, he likes to kind of gamble it up early, like... It's a lower buy-in event. This guy plays big, and you know he knows what he's doing. In case you're wondering.
I mean, last time in Montenegro, he played a 200,000 euro cash game.
Yeah.
Buy-in for short deck. So he knows what he's doing. This is also like an excellent way to kind of show off image,
Well,
create image.
He's all in King 9 suited. What? See, look, Yang just calls him Ace 10 offsuit. He just knows Pogorski's up to no good.
Yeah.
And he's correct. He's got the best hand. But equities run really close right now. Yang shouldn't be too far ahead.
Give me 1,000, please. 1,000. Just one.
Alright, definitely brought some action.
Please hit. Is that your third hand in the tournament?
Please hit.
Please hit. Please hit.
I like that.
King or 9.
Oh.
There's a king.
Not bad.
You won one. Was it your third hand in the tournament?
No,
Yes, it is.
fourth hand.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It's
Played
not
like
too
king
bad.
6 off my first hand just because I was.
Pogorski's played 75% of his hand so far.
Sorry, man.
He's actually only down 1 bullet now.
Like having his 3 bullets and
Yeah.
going for it.
He's only down 80,000 chips actually. Not as bad as it looks. See, I would get trapped by Pogorski. I'm like, oh, this guy's going all in every hand. Let me play you heads up. Oh, I have no more money left.
Yeah.
I heard he gets in tonight, but I don't know.
It is crazy how far that goes, though.
Someone tells me somewhere he's somewhere.
I just see they're like, just really relaxed. They're just chatting, having fun. Like, oh, no big deal.
Yeah.
Throwing some chips here and there.
Punter.
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 Why Ken Yang knows the word punter? All right.
Shots fired.
If we see him play that hand, we'll be like punter for sure.
Was that 10-7 offsuit or suited?
It was suited.
Okay.
This one flies. Or, I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but... Oh no, the big one.
That's so funny. Punter.
Oh no.
Oh wow, this is a massive pot actually.
But hey, short deck though.
Chitwick, one of the biggest
you don't
stacks at
gotta
the
pay
table.
yet.
This could put a serious dent in a young stack, get him back down into starting stack actually.
Yeah, Young's been just shoving all in. And actually runs into a hand this time. He's in trouble. Turn is an ace, so.
Oh, dead.
Oh, Chidwick's gonna have a ton of chips here.
Yeah.
300 exactly.
638,000.
That's crazy.
Hey, we're on break. Looks like.
So we are gonna have a break
We're
soon.
break now?
But do stay. We're gonna show you some outer table hands, so don't leave. Hands that you have not seen.
Cool spot to have a cigarette break.
There. Yep.
All right, guys, what's happening?
旅游已经约了好几次，既然这一次又要被你们放鸽子，借口太多，一次又一次。你们不是忘了就说是有事，济州之行我们真的可以考虑。行程方面没有太多的琐事，趁着年轻应该多看看风景。美好的时光不等人，会很快流逝。我特别想去济州，想炸鸡啤酒。神话世界说走就走，不用考虑太久。赢了送机票，价格 perfect 完美，不仅免签，还有很多优惠。套路烂借口全部都得靠边，这里拥有美食变形金刚各种乐园，济州神话世界等着我们发现，几周后在济州见，别被别人抢先。
Jeju Shinhwa Resort, Landing Resort. Beautiful island. This is where we're at. 4 resorts, 1 location. wait to go to this. There's so much food there. Alright, so these are the hands that were played on the other table. We see Leo comforting his neighbor. Probably did him really nasty in a hand. Leo definitely one of the more aggressive players that we have at these tables. So this is highlights that have been played. Catch up to some of the action so that we don't miss the most interesting pots. New player as well, Lemier. A lot of limping, but oh, interesting. Leo's been very, very aggro. King Queen, pretty good hand, especially against a limp from the hijack. Chow with the best of it, but very marginal hand still. King Queen with 49%. I think I'm just gonna spend days being amazed at how a bigger percentage to win straight draws have, honestly. Rainbow board, so no chance of a flush on the turn. Improves here, but I do think that this pot could be ripe for the taking for somebody. I feel like what Leo is doing here with thinking a lot, I really like to do this when you're thinking about betting or not, to try and get a check from the button. That bluffing is less tempting as opposed to when you check quickly. He does take it down. So Ben Lam must have rebought. I respect that. His first time playing the game.
Let's go.
Yes.
go.
LFG.
Okay.
Let's go. I like it.
一起
哎呀，6、7。
哎呀。
3隻 overcut 啦。
哎呀。
I wish I could tell you guys who's the favorite here. I'm not entirely sure. So I'm learning a lot about this game as well. I mean, you know, it took a while. It took a while with No Limit Hold'em to learn all the equities and stuff when there's multi-way all-ins.
Ace, king.
Really enjoying learning this game alongside you guys.
6, 8, 9.
Think about it.
Let's go. Yeah, this is a recap of the previous footage on the other table.
This is a fun flop.
Wow, that is a very interesting flop. I don't really see how it's fun for Tam, but Tam is pretty much toast. Oh,
sorry, mate.
daily quads. Bulimi.
頭髮順啊，佢花嘢。
Ace of spades. No.
Yeah, quads.
Yeah. See, he was laughing back at me. I have to say, I really respect Ben Lam's attitude. Like, he's taking every all-in in stride. We've seen him lose like 7 out of 8 all-ins. takes in his strides, learning. It's also very important in these live games that people like playing with you. It's just very important. That's when straddling happens, that's when people drink at games. Right, over to the next hand. Every time I see Leo in the image with the great sweater there, I immediately think that he's going to be involved in the hand. It's a pretty decent guess. Ace-6 seems a little bit loose. Very aggressive player in late position there. I mean, at this point, you know, people have to complete when you're there in the cutoff with 10-8. Only have to complete a few thousand more. There's so much in the pot.
Okay.
I like it. Ben Lam commented earlier that people said Jack 10 is the nuts. He made a comment like that. He must have heard it from a friend when he was trying to get a quick rundown on the rules and hand strength. There is so much money in this spot.
喂，睇人喎，真係，真係睇人喎，成台都係咁嘅喂。
Ben Lam going for this.
我永遠推出嚟有人接我㗎，隔離嗰啲推出嚟冇人接嘅。睇人喎。
係嘅，你喎咩牌都 call 啊
Gambling.
King， 屌你啦搏晒。
Leo is in there with 10-8. Yeah.
This is my
10K buy-in, I love this.
呢啲咪叫賭咯。
雖然翻嚟我啊。
This is the greatest game ever invented.
哎，最靚係我啊！3隻葵先，好運。
我問咩？呢家啊？
啲女都唔靚咯，
跌6、7、9都冇。
煙傾
6、7、9都冇，跌3
煙傾鎖死晒。哇！即中而家。
Oh, okay. Ben Lam makes a pair.
You are in front.
Yeah, kind of.
2 pair for you. 2 pair for you.
Yeah,
Played at 10,
that's
9,
the only card I need.
king or queen.
Queen king 都得啦。
6.
值喎。
Wow, it actually holds.
91.
Yeah, that's good.
91.
So in this rendition that we're playing here in this version, a flush does beat a full house. Obviously, last hand was quads versus flush, so it didn't really play into part there. But always have to double check now if somebody has a boat. Normally, I'm not used to looking, you know, for a flush, but we have to this time.
This one 咪？哇！我哋3個分鐘一個殺個嚇。90女傾，佢輸晒咗，佢冇嘢中咯。
Nice little stack there for Ben Lam. It's good to see some fortune go his way. Really respect the fact that he's out there firing, learning a new game, having fun, losing with a smile on his face. Gotta respect that. So he's got some chips now. Lemye involved in our next highlight hand against Chow. Look at that, guys. 33% for a gut shot against top pair. 33%. That means it happens 1 out of 3 times. And I know you guys know how to do quick maths like that. That's the way it is. You don't always think of it that way. When you see 33%, you're like, oh, okay, it's not too much. But it's 1 out of 3 times you lose it. A lot of people forget this when they're all in with, like, you know, kings versus ace queen suited or something. I really like this bet from Lemye. He put a lot of pressure with this. He blocks a lot of, you know, 2 pair combinations. They both make a straight.
All in.
All in? Oh. That's pretty risky.
Straight.
You got big straight.
It's a great game of potlet. Oh wait, it's short deck. Exactly, Dario How. This is short deck. It has a lot of similarities though with pot limit Omaha. Can make a lot of hands. Blockers are really strong. Lots of people every pot. Lots of action as well. So those were the highlights from the other table. Just to catch you guys up to speed. That's Mr. Alan Sass over there. Saw him in Montenegro as well. Should be returning shortly with more action. Jeju Shinhwa Resort, Jeju Island, South Korea. There you go, landing casino, that's where we're at. So we're gonna have multiple tournaments this week. $250,000. That's 2 million Hong Kong dollar main event. I'm just gonna keep repeating this over the next few days and possibly over the next 10 days that we're broadcasting live here. If you want to know the dollar amount, do the Hong Kong dollar amount divided by 8. There is gonna be a lot of gambling in all-in situations. There's a lot of people who play this for fun. Obviously this buy-in is lower than what we're going to be having the rest of the week. The reason this also being that some of the guys are a little bit on the fence about jumping into $125,000 or a $60,000 buy-in short deck event, which we're going to have later this week. And I can't really blame them. So this event is really also made for people to get their feet wet, as we saw Ben Lam, his first time playing short deck, and then as well for Steven Chilwick. It's really cool to see guys out there. I think it's really awesome that we're going to see their first experiences. And yeah, guys, of course we had highlights there, so a lot of action every hand. We have been seeing a lot of action, I mean, especially when Gabe Korsky joined the fray over there with the tigers on his shirt with the red pants. Brought a lot of fire to the table. Yes, guys, it is me, Lex Feltus, commentating alongside Randy Lou Nananoko. And here we see the chip counts. We got Steven Chitwick with a massive stack, as well as Chow. So Chitwick won Kings versus Queen Jack against Young, and then Chow won with the King High straight over the Queen High straight of Lemieux. We're gonna continue the action on this table. Lots of action here. So the world has gotten introduced to short deck a few months ago when we saw the broadcast from Montenegro. Ivy winning the, I believe it was the first short deck event that was ever televised. And Chow here showing 280,000 after a limp from Leo. Really big all in here. I mean, there's lots of money in the middle. There's lots of gambling here. Wait. Yeah, it is a much lower buy-in than what these guys are used to, but it's still high enough to have very interesting situations, a very nice prize pool. And as you can see, it results in people playing very loose. You know? So there's a lot of value there as well.
冇，你而家屬於係你入 day 2嘅咗個籌碼。你而家聽日冇得打咗㗎啦，如果你今日入咗嘅話，聽日冇得買㗎啦。聽日冇得買啊？冇得買，你而家係屬於係。
42,000 to pick up in the middle just to show how big the antes are getting. We're playing 6,000 ante now, the button ante is 12,000. That's why you see so much limping. You only have to complete 6,000. You get 7-1 pot odds from the start as there is 42,000 in the middle already. And your hand has a lot bigger chance to win the pot because, you know, the deuces, 3s, 4s and 5s are taken away from the deck, which really increases the value of a hand like 10-8.
我都係識打短籌碼啫，深籌碼我都係好差。
In all-in situations especially. There we see Alan Sass, like I said, played in Montenegro as well. Pretty good, pretty old school tournament player. He's flown under the radar for a lot of years in his career, I think, for the big audience. He's been very known in the pro circles. I'm definitely going for a limp raise plan here. It doesn't work out, so we're just gonna see the flop. Should prove to be some action. Leo, as we've talked about many times, very aggressive. But the thing with Queen Jack is there's so many straight draws out there. 7-8, 10-8 and Jack 10 all have open-enders, so to say. I mean, 10-8's a double gut shot, but let's not get nitpicky about calling it. And straight draws against top pair usually have 50% or more. 50% or more. Straight draws are the absolute nuts in this game. Makes sense when you think about it, right? The 4 bottom cards of the deck are missing, which also means that there's 4 less flush outs every time. And that's why a flush is ranked higher than a full house in this game. It's a recent change. It used to be the regular conventional from weak to strong would be straight flush full house, but now flush beats a full house because it's actually harder to make.
2-13.
This is a really tough spot for Queen Jack. Well played by Ben Lamb here. Going for the limp before the flop and now the check as well. And with these sizes, normally in like no limit hold'em you would call very quickly, but that's because Queen Jack does so much better against straight draws in no limit hold'em. So even if Ben Lamb would have a draw here, it's very dangerous. So he needs a jack or running straight cards. He can chop now, but Ben Lamb takes it. So Ben Lamb on a nice little rush here. Won that 3-way all-in earlier. Gets a full double up now. This is his second bullet, and then I mean tournament bullet. Not even necessarily, you know, you get 3 little bullets to fire. So this is his second entry into the tournament. When you enter this tournament, when you pay the buy-in, you get 3 entries that you can use at any time. This happens a lot in PLO tournaments or in tournaments like this because the variance is so big. The swings are so large that you get to divide your stack and try it 3 different times. Every bullet is worth 100,000. You can buy 300,000 immediately if you want, but I would highly advise against that in games like this or Omaha.
You played a lot of this?
Decent amount.
It's always the best thing to say when you played it a lot. Haven't played this game a lot. Here and there. Means you probably have hundreds of hours in it. Leo very short here, can pick up a lot. If you look at the antes in the bottom, he can pretty much double. If everybody folds. Queen Jack suited, a really strong hand to call in, so
3号、4号回去嘛。对对对对。在那个。
Flush straight immediately. And that is it. That is it for Leo. I'm not sure if he has any bullets left. There is a point where you have to turn all your bullets into chips.
You can still buy in. 20 minutes.
你下个月几号到本来
Still can? Yeah. Yeah. You buy in all 300. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Ah, so if you buy in now, you get all 300. I think I heard Ben Lem say.
Maybe I should buy it now.
You can.
Get more chips to get him back. Bloody hell.
你约他一下嘛，跟他一起过来嘛。
Bloody hell.
OK OK。好的好的，唐总。再联系。对呀对呀，我们聚一下啊。OK， 谢谢。好，那我们见了啊。
I don't know what 谢谢 means thank you in Mandarin. Where's Young? He's at the other table. Waylon Young is at the other table. Queen 6 seems like the absolute pits in this game. So Nanonoko told me earlier that Jack 6 offsuit and 7-6 offsuits are the two worst hands. Here's unlimited re-entry. And again, we see, look at this, the gut shot against top pair that even blocks an 8, so he only has 3 8s. But there's so little cards in this deck, 32? No, it's 36. Never do quick maths live on TV, guys.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah. That's 1.2 million. Chao is crushing it. As far as we know so far, he's the chip leader of the tournament. Won some massive pots. But it changed very fast. We saw that earlier.
He's back.
Don't you just feel cold here?
Yeah. My bags never came though, so
Your bags never came?
2 days without bags.
Shit.
Your bags never came. Yeah, they'll be here in like a couple hours or something. That's right.
Yes.
Guys, if you want to see all the action happen here on Triton Poker, make sure you press the follow button. It's the best way to see if the channel is going live. It is live, or if it's live at any given moment.
Were you doing in Montenegro? They had the tourney series, and then I was just hanging out after.
Lots of action coming. Lots of action in the future as well.
I was there for like 2 months.
You didn't come back for World Series?
Nah.
So much more fun in Europe.
So everybody completing up to the 12,000. Lots of really strong hands being limped here. Oh, Twitch chat, I love you. So it seems like a family pot. Family pot, of course, meaning everybody's in the hands. Wow. Just a random little board like that. And it seems like Limby flops the best of it. Also has the king of clubs.
Sure.
It's 25% favorites to win. Ben Lamb can make a better flush with the 8 of clubs. It makes this, but he can also hit a 10 or a regular 8. God, there's so many things in Twitch that make me laugh. It's like hard sometimes. So people can play 1B even though they've played 1A already. They can still try and improve their stack. Best stack goes to day 2, I assume then. So Lamb bets 36,000. It's a pretty aggressive bet, I have to say. I mean, the fact that you block a straight flush is pretty big. Flushes are really hard to flop. So maybe this is a really good hand to semi-bluff. Semi-bluff, of course, not having that much faith in your hand yet, but it could come. Limmy, really good raise. I like it. I like the fact that he picked the king's hand to play aggressively with. He blocks a lot of the straights, so ace-king is much less likely. He blocks really strong flushes. Like I said, it's hard to have a flush in this game, so a blocker to a flush is really good to have. So he blocks so many strong hands, and if he gets called by something strong, let's say a 9-7 of clubs, he still has outs, or even against an ace-king hand, he still has outs with the clubs.
Back again. Look at all those chips over there.
Ivy, Jungle, Dwan, all those guys will be coming in. Some of them might be joining the action later today. Paul Foy, Richard Young, all here.
Love short deck.
We even got Tony G coming this week. Fader Holtz will be here.
Oh.
Some of the German guys will be here as well.
Switch it out.
There's a lot of big names. I mean, I've been seeing people all over the place walking around. Antonius is going to be here. So it's really a who's who of high rollers and high stakes gambling. Cash games. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention about that last hand. Even if somebody with like 2 pair of trips makes a boat against your kings, you still have that flush card, remember? Because a flush leads a full house. That's right. There, I told you. Very interesting bet. And by interesting, I mean like truly interesting. You know, sometimes interesting is a euphemism for it's kind of bad, but I don't. But maybe. But I honestly think it's pretty interesting. I think that you have to use pretty strong hands to kind of turn into a bluff in this game. This guy definitely likes the action. Ben Lamb makes the lower end of the straight. Interesting.
Straight.
Sure?
You sure? Nice read by Ben Lamb.
I can tell you, I got what do you call it?
I can tell you. And then you heard like the little pause because I had to think of a hand to make up.
On the feature tables, you can't wear the headphones.
Oh, cannot.
Not on feature. On the other tables, you can, but just not on the feature.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so no headphones on the feature
this point,
table.
At this point, yeah.
Because of the what I'm doing, actually. That's right. So here you see Leo mixing it up, calling with a strong hand early position. Of course, you're going to call so often with trashy or worse hands like 10-8, you know. 9-7 from early position. It's really good to mix it up with good hands as well so that you don't become predictable and that you can fight back sometime when people try to shove on you from later position. straight draws really powerful in this game. You know, Leo having queens obviously hurts him a lot. So this is interesting because now Chow makes a straight, because normally in a long deck, a normal no limit hold'em, an ace represents a 1 as well, right? Well, here it also represents a 5. So they keep that going. So ace 6, 7, 8, 9 is actually a straight. So really good river there for Chow. Pretty small bet. That's about 1/4 of the pot. Wonder what Leo's considering here. If he's considering turning his hand into a bluff, he's just gonna get rid of it.
老總又偷雞啊！老總，
嗰個位好家人有雞啊，偷鴨多啊，偷唔到雞啊。
嗰位包偷雞啦，最好偷啊！
I'm freezing out here.
Yes, I'm handy. Me and Nananoko, Mr. Randy Liu will be commentating every single event, every single day. So you guys are gonna hear from us for 10 days straight, live here from South Korea. We're on site, beautiful weather down here. This is Paradise Island. They call it the Hawaii of Korea. Lots of nice nature out here. Pretty big too, 600,000 inhabitants live here. In case you're wondering, I like that kind of stuff. You could definitely raise pre-flop, but here you see it. The 10-9 offsuit makes it 75,000, but you pay 6,000 in ante, so everybody at the table pays 6,000 in antes, and the button pays 12,000. So people only have to complete 6,000 to see a flop. So people just do that a lot, and then people do it with strong hands. So a lot of the hands go to the flop, which I really like, honestly. Queens is a pretty strong hand. Galbatorix is just it does much better in pre-flop all-in situations, or to just take the antes. You know, you always need some hands that you can just go all in with pre-flop that'll have full equity or good equity in all-in situations, and Queens is definitely still that. People have been referring it to long deck a lot. I know it sounds funny, but it actually makes sense. So Chow does improve massively here, and again 37%er there for Chong, but 110,000 bet. I like that he bets pretty big. I mean, there's also just always gonna be a straight draw on the flop that you have to take into account, so that's why you see a lot more big bets in this game. Same as in pot limit Omaha, really. People go towards pot bets a lot. Oh, fills up, so only chop outs available now. For Chong, he has to find the remaining 10 in the deck. It's not looking great. Yes, it is no limit, guys, so you can raise any amount you like before the flop.
160.
Best hands to have in short deck would be aces pre-flop, but hands like Jack 10 suited are really strong because straights are so common, right? And since it's all the cards in the deck 6 and higher, Jack 10 can make an obscene amount of straights.
My man. Yeah.
160,000 here, so he bets up a lot smaller. It's definitely gonna be very hard to get rid of a hand like Jack 10 here. Could also feel like you're getting trapped. Which is the case this time. That is not a card Child's gonna like to see. That's gonna definitely hurt his chances of getting some more value here. was hard to begin with against this specific hand, but now it's also harder to get value from straights, right? Wow. Wow, that is... He reads that quite well.
I got.
I see a lot of comments in the chat asking about like the playing with the chips. It's just a very compulsive thing to do at the table. It's like something relaxing to do with your hands while you're playing, or like when you're thinking, you know. So it's pretty much every poker player does it when playing live. It's always really sad when somebody doesn't know how to do it and they just keep tapping their chips on top of each other. So, Chong calls here. Wow, great value bet there, but Chow, I have to say. Did he think he thought he had a full house?
我以為你有女，你知冇？
Alright.
我諗你有狗唔使打啦，我有女噶嘛，有機會。係咯，咁你真係打落去㗎。
Yeah, so the buy-ins are in Hong Kong dollar.
我都係要 call。
But if you want to have a quick way to decipher how much US dollar that is divided by 8, so this is a $12,500 buy-in.
Chip leader.
Chip leader.
Chip leader indeed. Wow, 1.8 million.
開3槍，有咩牌要打3槍咧？有女啦，一係唯有啊。冇女打唔到3槍啦。
你跟我，我以為我大鑊咗嘅，我以為你有女咗嘅。你又諗點水？
有女就秒跟啦，
秒
唔使諗啦。
你又諗一諗話有機會，我諗到，狗仔又分錢嘅啫。
啊？
Wow, what a stack. So it's very interesting to see what players are going to choose to just call with, like Ben Lam does here, what they're going to use to raise with. What my personal assumption would be is that it would be pretty bad to raise middling hands. And I think Queen Jack is a good example of that. It's not strong enough to raise, but it's also not weak enough to turn into a steal.
我揸傾我都係打，我冇辦法，冇辦法咗你，我唔打，你打我又要接，除非我如果抌咯。
Ace counts as a 5 as well, yes, so it's an ace and a 5. Interestingly enough, so that's where you see Leo here, bets 30,000. He actually has a pair and a straight draw, so if it comes a 6, he has a straight. Secretly very proud of myself for seeing that. It's right the board, yeah. That happens. So for everyone, just calls to you on the dealer button, you have the option. He just takes it, he checks. Well, Jack 8, call under the gun seems a little bit loose. Especially only on a 210k stack. Good turn for both of them. He's very clear when he speaks. Very easy.
Good.
你有50萬啊嘛？60萬啊！
I mean, yeah. I see some people in chat like wondering if the push with 10-9 was too marginal, but I really can't argue against it if you get paid. Good read on what's happening, right? Or on your opponent if he's gonna pay you off too easily. Maybe get some hero calls from straight.
一開出嚟買兩頭蛇，撲街又要捱接一張喎，中埋啤喎。
Can he buy back in? Yes, he can. I think he has maybe like 10 minutes left.
Why not? So Limmy really mixing it up here, getting a little bit more loose. Everybody limps. I have to say though, I think that this is another example of a hand that is really good to check with, because it's not good enough to raise, but it's also a little bit too strong to turn into a bluff. A lot of limp raising going on in this game. Chow called. Leo is in as well.
You guys have fun.
He gets there massively. The good thing about this situation for him is that if both players make a straight, oh my god, that's a very strong, sizable bet at it. There is a flush draw out there, but you know, suited cards are a little bit less common. People having flush draws, so. 'll all lay it down, but with the antes and he does gain 116,000 to his stack, so some more firing power there for Limmy.
Needed it. Leading.
8-16,
And it's over. Can't lose any more money today.
Yeah, flush beats both. I really like watching a new game like this land. And last time I noticed as well, after the Montenegro edition, a lot of people on Twitch have been liking this game. A lot of people have been asking about it on my stream as well. I find it so relaxing to watch, Cosa Minuto says in the chat. Yeah, I agree with you. Nothing beats some good old high stakes tournaments or cash games on TV.
You still in for one?
You're on two?
Yeah.
More?
Huh? Just two.
Just two.
So this is a 50-50. Wow. Every time I'll be amazed. As you guys should be too. So 2 overcards and a gut shot against top pair. 50-50 chance here. Very aggressive approach here. From Chow. Good call, base jack. Well, that's a massive card for Chow. No longer a jack or an ace will be good. Shows that he calls. So dead to a 9. It's another 8. So that's it for Leo.
Chip leader.
It's very fun player to watch though, Leo. Was sad to see him go.
Chow now with a massive
much,
lead.
you spread the
2
limit a
million.
little
328 antes.
2 million, that's crazy.
Absolutely smashing it. Ben Lam in a good spot. Really like the way Ben Lam's been picking up the game. Stephen Chidwick now as well at this table, so Stephen Chidwick had a massive stack at the other table. It's gonna be interesting to see how his stack has been faring in the meantime. Last time we checked, when we saw a chip update, he had about 800,000. That would be 2 biggest stacks of the tournament, presumably next to each other. Yes, not my first language.
That's it, right?
What?
I mean, after this, half an hour is.
One level
One
after.
more.
Yeah.
10:20 and then done.
Until level 9 stop.
I need my dinner.
So after 10-20,000, it is going to be done for the day. So
Oops. I'm on.
a little more than one level, I assume. I think that 30 minutes they said. In 30 minutes we'll be wrapping up day 1. Day 1A, I should say. Tomorrow we have day 1B.
Oh, sorry. I pulled too much.
你仲有冇出咗啊你？幾你仲喺邊啊？
Yeah, 2 million chips is a lot to have already in this tournament.
That's crazy, yeah. He's
Yeah.
been absolutely smashing it.
Go.
Do you know much about Lim Yi?
Lim Yi was not here for Montenegro event, so maybe he saw like the action. I want to be on the live stream. Let me get out here.
He's really fun to watch. Action flop here. Ben Lam checks with the pair and the gut shot. He's drawing pretty slim though.
So Lim Yi's going to reach for chips at 23,000. Chidwick with bottom 2 pair. They're reasonably deep, so I would think he's just going to call usually. You don't want to... Well, he just lays it down. So I guess he's a little bit worried his opponent just outflopped him.
Maybe he learned from that King 9 situation earlier and he was like, not this again.
But Ben Lam's the one calling the bottom pair in a straight draw. So the best hand actually folds the flop. Turn is an 8.
Both players are going to like their cards.
Lim is continuing to fire here.
Pretty small bet, so Ben Lam might be really priced in. I think he has to call this. So the yellow chips are 1,000, the orange chips are 5,000, and the blue chips are 25Ks. Oh my god, he gets there. Hits the remaining 9.
Lim here seems a little bit confused on what he wants to do.
Got anything good?
It looks like he's...
Yeah. Top pair.
Hand's not even over yet. He's like, I've got top pair.
Mind game.
Mind games.
Oh my god, he bets 15,000.
Top pair no good.
And you call.
Yeah, top pair no good.
Bloody hell.
I was very lucky.
Con.
I've never seen someone announce their hand and then bet. Right? Most people say top pair check.
Yeah.
He top pair bet.
Two river against you now.
Too much.
Too much.
Interesting live trick there by Ben Lam.
When? Right now?
Right now. Right now. Bloody hell.
Start talking when you want somebody to check.
My first time playing, I should be lucky, you know? You have to give me some luck. Like, come back.
The first time I touched cards in my whole life.
No.
Let me, good dude.
I'm tilting. Got that? 8,000, right?
Did he just say that he's tilting and then he puts in the ante? That's hilarious. Chow with a raise here. Absolute chip leader. Ah, so Chitwick has unfortunately given up some chips on the other table. Went from 800 to about 400,000 now. Still a massive lead at this table. Nobody really who can contest.
Well, Lamb's going to come along with Queen 10 offsuit on the button. Get some post-flop action.
Lamb can put a serious dent in the stack of Chow though. I will say it once more. Just a gut shot, 29%. Has some running flush outs, but a runner flush is extremely hard to hit in this game. 4 flush cards missing with the deuce 3, 4, 5 being gone from the deck.
So Lamb here, Queen 10. He's got position. But he's going to lay that pot down.
Do you think that might be a little bit inexperienced? That he's not aware of how strong a gut shot is in that scenario?
Well, he might have a read that Chow's not stabbing too much. But that's also, I mean, a gut shot normally would be like, oh, well, I don't have any outs. But because it's short deck, there's no 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, you actually make your hand a lot more. And it's actually easier to move people off of one pair of hands on later streets if it gets a little bit scary.
That's true.
So it's something to where I might consider appeal.
Yeah.
But the sizings were a little bit sized up, it seemed.
Yeah.
In this spot.
But it's crazy to think about because yeah, 29%.
Yeah, he still has a lot of equity. So if you are gonna continue with a non-premium on the flop, gut shots are usually the ones you'll be doing it with.
Yeah. All right. So as we saw there in the graphic, massive chip lead for Chow. He's been talking about it a lot. Chow here with the limp with 9-8. Very good hand to limp.
Now, Lamb's pretty aggressive earlier. He's going to continue that Queen Jack offsuit.
I think he's getting the hang of the game too.
Don't expect Chidwick to fold, so he is going to go try to see a flop here. So that's 43% equity.
You got 300, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting board here. Really good flop for Chidwick, honestly. As we said, straight draws are very, very strong, so flopping a straight draw is a very desired result with a hand like 9-8. We'd much prefer this than to some pair type flop. Wow.
Actions on Chidwick.
That's very interesting.
Did he bet 375? You really did?
I think so. Talking about protecting your hand. I mean, in this particular scenario, excellent read from Ben Lam to put this to put this many chips in. We're gonna go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, good read on his part. He has the equity to do so with all the money invested.
Is it a 6 or jack?
Look.
6
Jack on the turn, very interesting, but Ben Lam misses the river. Chitwick with a full double up, so Ben Lam loses another all-in as he did earlier in the tournament. Really liked the way he played that hand. He was very aware of the situation. That would have been a big pot for him. Chitwick on a Chitwick though.
Yeah, Chitwick on a Chitwick. Chitwick's back, what, 788,000 chips now. Lamb's like, oh, I've been doing so well ever since my re-entry. Oh, there goes all my chips.
Yep. So back up to 800 now. That's what we saw when we checked in with him last time when he was at the other table. It is really nice when your first time playing a tournament works out like this. You get to play a lot. The stack goes up and down a bit. You get a lot of hours in. I remember when I played the 10K horse for the first time. I got absolutely annihilated. I played for only like a few hours. I felt so robbed. Didn't even get real tuition money in.
You know, in horse, there's no limit hold'em or pot limit Omaha, right?
I tried,
You
okay.
should have registered the 8 game, not the horse.
I played a little bit too many of the stud 8.
Chitwick of Pocket Kings. We saw him win a big pot earlier of Pocket Kings. I think he just called there. Going for the limp re-raise.
Cool.
I think Chitwick got a little excited when he saw Lim Yi like trying to decide whether to raise or not. It's like, darn it, should have raised.
But every hand is a battle in this game. Every hand requires so much thought. There's just no... You know, like when you have kings and no limit hold'em and it comes 9-5 deuce and you're just like, oh, that's great. You know, there's just no situations like that in this game. Every single pot is a brain cracker.
Chitwick now turns the nut flush draw. Lim Yi actually has a straight and a flush draw, so his hand looks okay, but it's not good against the hands he's up against. Chow's the one betting. 25,000. Gets a call from Chitwick. I'm curious to see if Chow is going to instant check. He does check it. He's going to lose his pot.
Nice fast pace by Chitwick there, showing his hand immediately.
Yeah, I think Chitwick saw, oh, you were about to show your hand. Can I put it back over?
Yeah.
Nice pot for Chitwick. First time playing a short deck tournament and doing well.
He is an absolute master at a lot of games though. Very good mixed game player as well. Believe he has a bracelet in Deuce to 7.
I would consider this as a mixed game as well, right? Short deck, is that considered a mixed game?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
It should be a 9 game.
I would love to see for this game to catch on. It's also fun because, you know, like when you watch something like Pot Limit Omaha, the rules seem a bit different. You know, you have to use 2 cards from your hand and 3 from the board, and this is just like the same rules that people are familiar with.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's very easy to overlook like having a straight in this game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. In PLO, I believe there's spots when it kind of looks like you got a full house where you don't. It always tricks me. Just this one. That one always tricks me.
Yeah, when you have like Queen 10 on 10, 10, 9, 9, you don't actually have full house.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
And then I yell at the screen and like, what? Where's the chips going?
Where did the chips go? Jack 10 is so strong in this game because the Deuce 3, 4, and 5 are removed. So you can make a ton of straights. And Jack 10 is right in the middle of the cards that are left. That's why Jack 10 and 10-9 are such valued hands in this game. So you have to think about it from a deck composition way, right? There's 4 cards missing, which is bad for flushes. It's good for straight draws. It's also bad for hands like ace king, ace queen. So there's less hands that they dominate. So Chauer with the limp of 6s. I mean, 6s is kind of like the pits in this game as well, right?
Yeah, with pocket pairs, you're just literally trying to limp and hit a set.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to hit a set.
And then you hit a set and somebody has 50% or something.
Yeah. And of course, the bad part about pocket 6s is you can get, when people give you action, they usually have a lot of outs, like a straight draw, or they have a bigger set, right?
Yeah.
So it's something to be careful about. There's only 1 out, 1/6 left in decks. And if you don't hit a set with pocket 6s, you almost always lose the pot too, because people are usually taking stabs here and there.
Yeah.
So this pot, actually, no one has anything.
No bracelets for Stevie. Okay.
Yeah, he got 2nd place in the 10K.
Seconds. Oh, there you go. Yeah. That was his first. I believe I remember. I think I heard at a dinner break then of that tournament that it was his first time playing a deuce of 7. So maybe he can repeat a performance like that in this one.
Well, this is a nice call by Chow.
Yeah.
A lot of people would probably just fold his flop, but he's got a read on Lamb.
Yeah, very true.
Turn is a 10.
Really good spot for Lamb to continue firing. Should get rid of a lot of jacks here if he bets again.
Yeah, but he is going to check. That's what Chow likes to see. There's the straight for Lamb.
Well, this kind of showcases the problem with a hand like 6s. You make a good read on a reasonably safe flop, and you're just in an awful situation on the river.
There's no good card for you on the turn besides a 6.
Yeah.
And maybe an 8.
Yeah.
That's why you'll see some people just kind of give up some really, marginal spots on the flop, because there just aren't any safe cards. On to the next hand. Chow, Queen 10 of clubs, trying to win the tournament today. 2 million chips.
I mean, if he continues this pace, he might get close. Of course, day 1B tomorrow. Like we talked about earlier, though, how awesome would it be to be the only player left from a day?
Yeah. He's trying to make it happen. Well, Lim Yi's going to raise the ace-jack here. Get some action from Chow. So equities are really close here. 48 to 51%. So both players flop. Chow with the better piece. Looks like he's just leading out, putting his opponent all in. Lim Yi with mid-pair.
What do you think about that all in?
Well, he probably just looked at his opponent's decks. You don't have many chips left. I don't want you to check back hands like ace-king, ace-jack, and things like this. Just trying to put his opponent to the test now. If Chow has a bluff, it'd usually be king 10 here. He gets his opponent to call with the worst hand. So read his opponent well to get him to call with worse. It's actually pretty hard to get your opponent to get in this many chips on the flop.
Yeah.
With
well done.
ace-jack, so he's played it pretty well. Turns to 7.
Doesn't change anything.
He's hit an ace or a jack. River's a queen. So Lim Yi is out of chips. Again, he can re-enter. Also play tomorrow's day 1B.
So the rich get richer. More chips for Chow.
旅游已经约了好几次，既然这一次又要被你们放鸽子，借口太多，一次又一次。你们不是忘了就说是有事，济州之行我们真的可以考虑。行程方面没有太多的琐事，趁着年轻应该多看看风景。美好的时光不等人，会很快流逝。我特别想去济州，想炸鸡啤酒。神话世界说走就走，不用考虑太久。赢了送机票，价格 perfect 完美，不仅免签，还有很多优惠。套路烂借口全部都得靠边，这里拥有美食变形金刚各种乐园，济州神话世界等着我们发现，几周后在济州见，别被别人抢先。
No etiquette.
Oh, these are cool looking cards. You get the little
Alright, so these are some highlights that were happening on the outer table at the same time as last
Take a
level.
blue chip pot.
Now, how much fun is
Expert at getting kings.
It's a great way to see how the other people have gotten their chips.
Yeah, I feel like you're too late to get in here today, though.
I'm not getting in, man. Even if I could.
Really get all the info.
Watch Paul play Baccarat.
It's interesting to see, you know.
He's gonna give you a
we
sweat?
Get to follow people's journeys more.
Oh, I think you gotta take a piece, man. I might have heard. Is there a story about someone taking a piece of him and?
That's Jason
and then
Kuhn
losing
over
it?
there.
Or whatever. We can't tell him now. We can't tell him now.
He
Good luck.
won-
Good luck.
He won one of the big short deck event, I believe. Montenegro last series.
Yep. That was the $125,000 buy-in, right?
Yeah, just the $125,000 buy-in. That was the first series he said he played short deck tournaments.
Wow.
And I wouldn't be surprised he didn't play much short deck before that. So it looks like some of the highlights showing Young and Badziakowski getting all in.
It's hard to get in that bad a shape.
Jason Kuhn really is one of the OGs at the moment.
Yeah.
River.
3 diamonds?
Super smart guy.
Can we have 3 6 of diamonds?
Yeah.
Super sick results.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack. You see?
Never
Very easy.
So in this all-in pre-flop
Very easy.
hand,
Just a jack.
Badziakowski needs to hit a jack.
Now Jack and Queen.
Jack don't win.
Too many outs.
Boom!
Chop it up.
Too easy.
Short deck. Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. You gotta be happy with
good.
that one. Sounds like it.
Yeah. Daigyo.
Korea, Jeju. Interesting. How big is the Daegu airport? Tiny?
Yeah. Just one terminal. Lake? 67.
On.
Wait.
How much is it? It's like 4 or something?
More.
It's like 470.
Can I get a count?
475.
Like 450, 457, something like that.
Kings.
So we got Pogorski still firing here with kings now. A huge pot there. So I guess we know now what the big pot was that Chivik played. Impossible to fold anything strong against Pogorski, I think, in this format with this buy-in. Just been firing like crazy today. Having fun blasting.
That's a lot more outs.
It is a lot more outs. Wow, so Pogorski with a big stack. Really interesting to see. See, it's really awesome that we see through the highlights on the break there that Pogorski got a big stack. It's a lot to look forward to, especially with his aggressive style.
456.
What if you can't enter and you're just transiting? Like you need a visa to go through customs, right?
Right, and that's just more evidence that I messed
Here.
up. That was what I was.
Pot
That was
against
my
Chen.
life this morning.
Yeah. Well, it's good you had a visa, at least.
Oh, you needed the visa?
I think if you messed up like I did, then you needed it.
Wow.
But maybe if I didn't have it, they wouldn't have let me in the zone that made me need it again. I don't know. I just have a little PTSD, and now I'm already like thinking, not getting on the return leg, just not getting on.
Must be Korea Gabe from now on.
Yep.
Let's
So
make the
bad.
call.
Tom said they got a good Mexican restaurant here.
Obviously not trying to talk too much when there's table talk.
The fact that he brought up so many times makes me think it's like it might be a week changer.
Alright. So tacos after this?
Tacos? Is that what you said?
So you want to see Mexican food?
That's a thing?
I didn't fly to Korea to eat Mexican food, but
Maybe it's awesome.
I didn't fly on 4 planes today to go all the way to Korea to eat a damn taco. Yeah, you probably got enough tacos in last month.
There's some bar downstairs called like Devil's Outpost.
Devil's Taco.
Yeah, Devil's something. They got fried chicken and some other stuff. There's a Johnny Rockets. I mean,
gross.
I mean, at least there's a burger option. Come on.
Not necessary. I see a sign
An
for House
interesting
of
bet
Ramen.
from
It's
Key.
fine. I'll eat that every meal.
Puts a lot of pressure.
Eat some of that sweet.
Sniffs it out really well. Chen in a really tough spot here. The call. Lots of straights. Trips out there.
I'll never forget, I was on a cruise ship once and there was a Johnny Rockets there. And we had like a stand-up comedian. And, you know, one of the performances one night, and he's like, they call it Johnny Rockets because it rockets out your ass. Haven't had Johnny Rockets ever since.
You haven't been to, you
Ever
said?
since the comedian said that's why they call it that. I was like, oh, well.
think the only time I've ever had it is like Bahamas when it was the only thing open. Weird time of night or something.
It's a tough spot when you see a 150,000 chip bet with just one pair on a board of a lot of straights, right? Queen Jack.
Are you going there in the fall?
There's a November
Queen
one,
Jack
right?
being the main one. Of
Yeah,
course,
Baja
10,
Mar.
King 10. There's a
Yeah,
lot of types of hands that beat
I didn't,
Ace King here.
sign up
Yeah,
for
really
it
good
like
bet
I
by
was
Key
supposed
here.
to, though, so
You can go to Sochi, Triton Sochi next week or 2 weeks.
officiating
You know,
a wedding.
Chen, though, he's just not letting it go, but he does let it go now. And it's a very, very nice bluff.
You'll be in attendance, won't you?
I really like the way Key's played today.
Mhm.
He's good at hand reading.
Is there only 2 tables?
Stays out of trouble spots. Really good bet there. So Key in other hands. Oof. Oh, Pogorski in as well. Pogorski with 1,000,000 chips.
Oh, want to see that one.
Teasing.
So action gonna be is live here. This is in Jeju, South Korea. Playing the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is event number 1, the 100K Hong Kong dollar buy-in short deck ante-only event. We're gonna have high stakes action. The buy-ins are just gonna get bigger and bigger as we showcase this tournament for you guys.
He's right behind you. Dude in the white. What? 7.
So Ben Lamb, he's got a king of clubs. You know, it's great we got that feature now. We can show you the highlights from the other table that were happening at the same exact time. So you never have to go to the toilet. You can't miss a hand.
I love that commercial. I want to see it again too.
So Chow here is the chip leader of the tournament. 2.2 billion chips. Chidwick's in second place, and he's got only 780,000. You know,
Yeah.
780,000 is impressive. Don't get me wrong. Not 2.2 million impressive.
Yeah, Chow's been going through players left, right, and center in this tournament. It's gonna be really interesting to see. I'm really glad that we have Pogorski on the table. Super aggressive. Just Montenegro, I already enjoyed watching him play.
So key here, pocket 10 is going to call as well. I like the call. Aces. We haven't seen that hand too much.
Oh. Seems like a reasonably small raise.
Usually they're not this deep, you know? So it's like, it's tricky. But I think, yeah, he could go bigger, of course.
Yeah. Because I think that he, you know, especially because this is his first time playing this tournament, that he's going to pick a little bit smaller sizings than some of the guys that played a lot of short deck.
Yeah. I believe Key, I mean, he's got a lot of chips to play with.
Could be really interesting.
Try hit a 10.
So many chips out there. It's called 60,000, 150,000 chips already out there.
Yeah, so he's looking to hit one of the or 2 remaining 10s. So he whiffs the flop.
I mean, when you're playing normal no limit hold'em, you see this flop, you think, oh, this is such a bad flop. But this is just gonna happen more often than not in short deck.
Yeah, when you got a pocket pair like 6 to 7, 8s, and 9s and 10s, it's pretty actually hard to win the pot because there's always an overcard. You need to hit a set.
I don't know. I have a feeling that the more this game develops, the less you're going to see people really play pocket pairs. I think they're going to turn into a lot of open folds.
Yeah. Well, I would say yes. Normally you would probably open fold a lot. Because the price is so good, you might still limp and just pray you get a free flop.
You only have to call half an ante or one ante, whatever.
Yeah, one ante. But I would say that if it was played without antes, you know, like, they would probably just open fold the hands.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to win, and there's not much to win. But with the antes, I'm like, you lose the pot post flop a ton, but occasionally you win a huge
That's
one.
all you play is short deck.
But if you're trying to call to set mine, like raises, then it starts to get very pricey.
Good point.
After that day that you stopped in there, I think I lost like maybe 5 in a row.
Are they playing in like the other room or something?
Yeah, it was just same people you see.
But that room, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that the cash room?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Or I think
It's
Watkins
a
said
junket
maybe.
cash room, isn't it?
The cash
said
game
maybe we've
room.
had-
That
cash
sounds
game's
fun
yeah.
over there.
But I don't. Who knows? I think they want to feel kind of exclusive back there.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why I was wondering if it would be over there.
So.
Sounds like cash game players.
Check.
So we pretty much have the whole board spread out except for Ace or King here.
So alright, let's find out who's got the best hand. Hurry up and look.
Alright.
It's a tricky one.
Pogorski, I would say.
Yep, he does.
Nice.
Well, technically,
Whoa.
Chinwick has the best hand.
No, none of that. It's the person with the most outs.
That's the last level of the day.
That's a really good card for Ben Lam, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the only one with a diamond draw.
Chow with top pair. Everyone has like a not very strong piece.
Yeah.
Is it 19 plus 5 re-entries? Or what does that mean on the bottom right?
So Pogorski's going to come along.
19 total.
Lamb here. He's got the position. I like this call. You know, he can occasionally turn his hand into a bluff if he gets checked to him because he's got the dealer button. So he gets to see what happens. River is an 8. So Chow and Lamb make a straight. Pogorski, it's not going to be able to win this pot unless he somehow bluffs his way out of this, but it's not going to work.
There's a 30-minute game delay, but we see the same feed as you guys do. Just for integrity of the game.
Alright, so they're going to chop this pot up. Chow's got at least 2.2 million chips.
Crushing.
10,000 ante, we'll have a 20,000 on the button.
Alright, so I think this is the last level of the night.
Last level of the night, yep.
1020. Not to be confused with blinds. Oh wow, nice spots.
So tomorrow, the stream will be day 1B of this 100K event. Players do have the option to play day 1B, even if they made it through day 1A, to try to get a bigger chip stack. So maybe Chow will play tomorrow and go for a 3 million chip stack.
Can you imagine the degeneracy of that?
No, he just enters to try to make people not make it to day 2, just to eliminate them earlier. That'll be some next level strategy.
Yeah. That's so true. I was last man standing on both days. So as you can see, 100K Hong Kong dollar, $12,500. And that's a warm-up event, guys. That's a main event. Anywhere else, this is a warm-up event. Really cool, as we said earlier.
Players it was, and whoever answered the question was right. It's 19 total with the 5 entries, so it's 14 unique players plus 5 re-entries.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
I mean, the fact that we have a buy-in that's much smaller than the other ones this week is why we see new players enter. You know, it's also going to help feed into the bigger events, which is just great. Gives people a chance to try it out, see how they feel, see if they like it, learn from the good players.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if like Chidwick is going to play like the million Hong Kong dollar buy-in event, but maybe after playing this, he's like, oh, I just shipped it. Yeah, I'm gonna go jump into it.
Or what if he's like, well, actually, I think I have a pretty decent shot with the lineup, or you know, when I'm all in, I always have 50%. So, but Tchaikovsky, all in with Ace Jack, lots of money to pick up for him. There you see the antes. Sometimes a little bit confusing because I leave the antes out, which is because people complete to the double ante. So that's why it's good to leave all the antes out there.
Looks like a big bet.
360, boys.
Looks like Bad Ziakowski's in the tank.
You can really tell that he approaches games from a very thinking perspective, right? He wants to have a very solid strategy, really understands why he's doing stuff.
Yeah, he really wants to observe every single little thing, you know, like to make sure he makes the right decision.
Yeah.
Very well calculated, methodical, obviously very good.
One of the most successful No Limit Hold'em cash game players poker has ever seen. And he's gotten to that level for a reason, so.
Be sure to follow the channel so that you guys can get notified when tomorrow's stream will be up and running. I'm sure you'll see plenty of new faces tomorrow as well.
You want to see the schedule for the whole week, then make sure that you go to Triton Poker on Twitter. There's a schedule there, also with comparing time zones. See another limp. Podgorski is very, very, very experienced at short deck. Also limps the sixes.
Yeah, I think Podgorski is also very confident in his post-flop play in short deck. So that's why he does like to try to see flops. But this is a very aggressive play by Lamb.
Yeah.
328.
Another pocket sixes.
Another pocket sixes to Podgorski. Drawing to like a funny straight, I guess.
Really good news to get 10-9 suited out of the way.
Yeah, so Sass serve 8-9 suited, trying to decide, does Lamb have like an ace-king, ace-queen type hand, but he's going to let it go. And just Podgorski left. He's going to win this pot.
Picks up a lot of chips there.
That's a lot of chips for ace-8 suited.
Yeah.
You know? Just won like almost 100,000 chips.
It's so scary pushing against limpers in this game.
That's super scary.
people limp good hands all the time, and the other times you can think, oh, what the hell? I'm just gonna call you because I don't want to fold 9-8 suited.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It's like when I get called, I can be up against like aces, ace king, or I can be up against Jack 10 suited, which is flipping against me.
Yeah.
So like you're never like crushing, you know.
He's boss.
So the four managers, we know he
you
signed off
I
on
know.
it.
I saw you tell him to say that.
Well, full credit goes to Alan. I was just affirming Alan's.
I thought it was a
sharp
little
call.
strange, but I hadn't played, so I didn't want to step in there.
Actions on Badziakowski of ace 10 offsuit. He's going to call here. Alan Sass with pocket aces on the dealer button. That's the best spot to have it. It looks like you're making a play.
You waiting, Alan? You waiting for someone's ante down there?
Is that 200?
That is 225,000.
It's a big race.
Yeah, it's a big race. So you see the different style with Sass's sizings and Chidwick's sizing.
Yeah.
Just different style. I have seen people do this kind of bigger raises, during Montenegro. So which one is the correct play? I don't actually know exactly, but there's definitely merit to both. By him making a size, it does kind of look like he's making a play at it maybe, and maybe someone's like, oh, I've got ace queen. Maybe I won't call a shove ace queen, but maybe I think he's making a play. I don't know. It's tricky. It depends on what you think your opponents are doing and how they're going to react to your sizings.
It's such a relatively new game too, so like you said earlier, everybody's kind of like feeling it out, developing a strategy, and it's.
I would say it's a bit of a mistake if he made it like 60K. He lets these two guys come in. Which flop does he actually really love?
Yeah,
it's actually hard to tell. So you do want to kind of price your opponents out a little bit.
Plus, it's at any given game, it's how much can you make it. What's the max that you can make it, right? And still get called. And in this game, I think you're going to get called a lot. Because if people can call 1/3 of the stack but have 10-9 suited, they're probably going to do it.
Yes. Very realistic.
You watching the stream?
No, I put the alarm on, then 30 minutes delay.
Oh. Well, after the whole chip shenanigan you did, I can't imagine telling you what I exactly meant.
You needed a jack, and I had a jack. Yeah.
Say again?
So you needed
So
a jack.
Badziakowski folds 7-8 suited under the gun. Probably expects people to punish limps.
But there was no 7 hearts on the board too.
Chidwick with ace 8 of diamonds. He's just going to call.
King 10 looks so good in this game. King 10 suited.
King 10, it's not as good as you think, though.
It looks so good, though.
It looks good, but it's not that good.
Don't crush my dreams, please.
Yeah. You always get these kind of hands like, it's not bad. It's mid-pair. It's a straight draw.
It's not bad. Why do I keep losing though?
Look, he's up against. Look at Chidwick's hand. He doesn't have a pair, but I like Chidwick's hand the best.
Yeah, mate. He has a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, this is a nice hand.
That's all you need, huh? The straight draw and a flush draw.
Both players have come along here.
Oh, that's surprising, I guess.
Kind of react on the turn. Turn is an 8. It's actually a very scary card for everyone.
This is the kind of spot where Pogorski, if he really takes command here and he starts bluffing, then you're like, okay, that's why he called.
Yeah.
That's what happens a lot in these games, it seems.
It's hard to bet into two people, isn't it? Like came out Chidwick, but Chidwick's betting again. This is a good bluff.
I mean,
it's a little bit courageous because you don't know what the other two people have. They can easily have a queen, like Queen Jack, a Queen 10. But Chidwick's decided his 60K bet is not that big of a bet, but it's going to get the job done. Unless Pogorski can read into this, I think he's not folding, is he? It looks like he just gave it away. So actually,
really good play.
A nice bluff and it wasn't even a big bet. So I like the way Chidwick's been playing.
Yeah, this is just very smart.
Like a lot of players have actually been using very large sizing during like Montenegro, but Chidwick, he's like, you know what, I'm going to use some of these half pots and smaller bets and make them work. And if you can get your bluffs to work with a smaller bet sizing, it's definitely the better play.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you just risk less, right?
Yeah. It's really interesting too. I don't even think you need to be too concerned about, normally people in poker talk a lot about balancing, which means if you have good hands in a certain situation, you want to have bad hands as well, just so that you're less predictable. It doesn't really seem to matter in this game because nobody really knows what normal is. I mean, I think the one example that you see in this game of balancing is the limping in early position with good and bad hands, but...
Really?
Did you just almost mock and sail?
Yeah.
That's that's funny.
Well played. Show one.
Show one.
I'm out of here. It's gonna take a while. I cannot.
He called. Big fucking hand,
That's actually pretty tilting. There's so many antes. You think you're just gonna take it down pre-flop.
Yeah.
Or I just noticed there's only 14 minutes left in the day or whatever, so...
You want to spin it up?
I want to spin it up. Because I don't want to have chips today and then play tomorrow. Because I'm just probably going to do it if I have nothing else to do.
What do you mean?
You see? He's so sick.
Yeah.
He said you could play both and take the biggest stack.
What's really degen is if you play both and pick the smallest stack. That sounds like something you would do by accident.
Don't worry, it's force bigger stack, okay? I can't make that mistake.
Alright, for all the Nananokas in the world.
But, Pogorski strikes me as a guy, if he has like 600k or 700k, he's going to go try day 1B.
Yeah.
I'm in. 95?
Over to Lamb on the button.
There's a decision here. I'm gonna come along as well.
I'm gonna peel it.
Smart man.
You guys ever do this?
What is Pogorski doing?
He's peeling the flop. He's like blocking the flop and then
oh, so then he slowly reveals the hands. That's very funny. Just throws the chip sideways. That's a lot of chips. I mean, Chow here is the tournament chip leader right now.
These are 20 stacks right here.
Considering calling this bet, it's a big bet. Every blue is 25,000.
530 or so.
I got my lucky shirt on too. My lucky tiger shirt. Be careful.
539.
the lucky tiger shirt.
Looks like Chow's got a tough decision. I think he just mouthed "wow."
Chow raised under the gun, so there's a big chance he has aces, kings, or queens.
Yeah, very possible.
If he's thinking this long on this board, jack hit 7.
It's a rainbow flop. He's gonna let it go.
Same. I got the same card.
Good fold.
Good.
You could have a hand like queens. That'd be a very tough spot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chips.
Aggressive style pays off.
So this is the last level of today for this Triton Super High Roller Series. We are in Jeju. This is the only table remaining, I believe, for today.
Gonna get some fresh blood tomorrow. Day 1B of this event.
I'm just curious if they get past day 1 today, what are they going to? They're going to water park or theme park? Which one is the two they're going to pick?
I don't know. I think there's a surprise around every corner at the resorts there.
Pogorski looks more like a theme park guy to me.
Yeah, he gets lost in Candyland somewhere there. Laskowski looks like he's contemplating. Every time he thinks long, I feel like he's just gonna. He thinks about shoving, but then ends up calling.
All in. Oh. 293. 293.
Ben Lam with the all-in. Lots of money in the middle. Playing 10, 20,000. That means that all the people that limp so far completed to 20,000 chips.
Looks like Alan Sass is all in.
Chips. 6.
I think Pogorski wants to play some pots right before this day ends.
That's good.
570.
569.
560.
Wow.
It's a lot of chips. Badziakowski. Looks like he has about 400,000.
So much more than you think it is when people have a few blue ones, you know? A few 25Ks.
Yeah. Did
I've already been
He's all in.
I was all in already.
You said all in?
Yeah. I just put my chips in.
A little bit.
I went all in first, and then he did.
Okay. Some confusion. I believe it was limped around, and then Lamb went all in, and then Sass went re-raised all in.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Just King Queen for Lamb.
It's coming 6, 7, 8.
I'll take it.
9, 10.
No.
Sean.
All my cards are out there, by the way, just saying.
Let's see what. Queen Jack.
Queen, oof.
Good sweat.
Pairs a Jack. Lamb needs a 10 or a King.
Wow. Lamb has ran horribly today.
Yeah, he's got all in good, and but in this game, even if you're dominated, you're not as far behind as in No Limit Hold'em. So Ben Lamb's been eliminated twice today. We'll have to come back tomorrow.
Guys, we're gonna play 5 more hands.
5 more hands.
We'll be finished for the night. We're back up.
Fortunate for Lamb. Good thing this is the warm-up event, so it's not that expensive.
Yeah. Lamb, very high stakes player. Played a lot of the crazy games in Vegas over the summer.
No, I'm gonna go.
So Alan Sass has been doing pretty good for a late register.
If I
6
had
players
less
remaining.
than starting stack, I would be pissed.
I mean, starting stack would be pathetic.
I got 2 shots, Gabe, to go all in.
Or 40, I don't know. No, if I had 40 innings, I'd go all in every hand in the last 5. And it'd be hard to end with 40. I'd either have a lot or nothing.
Pogorski's just saying, I better have more than 300,000 chips. We really tilted. Man.
Oh.
Of course, that. Don't see cards on screen now, but it's
I
just a
queen jack
short-term
last
thing.
You did?
I would have busted him if you didn't.
Would you have called?
Yeah, it wasn't nowhere else folding in.
Yeah. Suited? No suit.
Oh, sorry.
So we're going to get a free flop here. King, Queen, 10, flush draw.
It feels like every spot in short decks, like, is somebody gonna take a stab at it? But there's so many good hands out there. It's so hard to get rid of draws as well.
Yes, it is a tricky thing. Well, you know how like in PLO, right? People flop one pair, but then they still fold them, right?
Yeah,
On flop.
that's
So
true,
It's
yeah.
a very similar type situation. Because otherwise, everyone always has a piece in this game. Like 90% of the time, no one folds. If you think that if you always have a piece, you must continue. But it's just not true.
I mean, we have a hand like Queen 9 on King Queen 10. It's absolute trash.
Trash, yeah.
Yeah.
So Pogorski here, there's a 4 straight on the board. Fires a big bet. Looks like 135,000 chips. The board is King, Queen, Jack, 10. Either 1 or 2 flush draws. I think it's 1 flush draw. So just need an ace to make a straight. The action is on Badziakowski. He's really taking his time on his spot. Looks like he lays down the hand.
Pogorski's winning a lot of chips at this stage.
When you're aggressive and people just fold a lot, like just chip up so much more quickly in a heavy ante game.
Alright, so last few hands of the day. There we have the whole cards back. So that's why Chibwick was considering something on the button there. I had to give it a little think. Ace Queen, definitely strong. Reasonably surprised he checked that 110k in the middle there.
Yeah, I think he just thinks, man, we're so deep with everyone. This last few hands of the day.
Yeah.
It's okay just to see a flop. I mean, people do limp big hands too, so he doesn't want to get blown off of it. Look at this. Key is the one betting. He's just got an inside straight draw. 55,000. Chidwick with top pair, top kicker. Gonna see. Try to see a turn card.
This is such a good hand to pick as a bluff, the Jack 10 on this board.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Actually, Key, if he really thinks about it, Chidwick should not have ace, king, aces, and kings in his range.
It's true.
So if he really thinks about it, he might be able to barrel Chidwick off of a big hand.
Oof.
Queen on turn, wow. That actually makes Key the nut straight. Chidwick actually turns 2 pair here. He might even think that Key doesn't have ace-king here because he's in a cutoff, and
True.
likely ace-king would just rip it in or raise or
Yeah,
aces
that's
and
true.
kings.
Same goes for Key, right?
Yeah, so both players kind of have a disguised hand right now. So Key's betting 130,000. Chidwick, I mean, if he saw that highlight earlier where Key bluffed with 7-8, he bluffed ace-king off of hand.
That's true.
Chidwick would not be folding this ace-queen. So Key might be able to play off of his image really well here. 2 pair. He's making the call. Like I said, he probably doesn't put on ace-king or aces or kings. Would raise.
Wow.
Chidwick needs an ace or a queen right now. It's a 7. He's in bad shape.
That is really brutal. That's the biggest blank he could get.
Yeah.
Apart from a 9, I guess.
And if you're a really good hand reader, also bad for you right now because you're like, man, what can this guy have?
Yeah, that's true. Well, let's see what sizing Key is going to use.
Well, he's got about half of the pot remaining.
Oh yeah, that's just gonna be straight up shove.
He's taking his time. I like this. It's trying to give off the vibe that, oh, maybe I'm trying to think of what hands I'm trying to get to fold. Oh, actually, he's not going to go all in.
Wow.
Get 175,000, 180,000 looks like. I think he doesn't put Chidwick on that big of a hand, so he's just trying to get a crying call from like king queen type hands and quick call.
Really good value bet there.
Yeah, I like this bet size actually. The more I think about it. So Key wins 455,000 chips in one of the few hands remaining on the day.
Key's been playing really, really well today.
Yeah, I actually really like this size the more I think about it.
Yeah.
Because you can get your opponent to like hero fold a lot of hands on the river. But really, really well played. You know, as you saw, he took some time before betting. He didn't like say, oh, well, I've got 55% of the pot left. I'm just going to insta-shove. Even though he knows he's got the best hand. It's good to try to put your opponents on certain hand ranges. Like, you know, he's probably looking at, oh, he's got some king queens in there as well. I want to size to get those hands to call as well.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
Yeah,
so interesting to think about too, right? Like when he makes that bet and you think about it and you think about everything that happened pre-flop, like you said, and that kind of lands and they're like, oh, okay, cool, yeah. You know?
The first thing I thought was insta-shove the river. You only got half pot.
Yeah, exactly.
You only got half pot.
I think Pogorski just made it like 400,000.
Nice one.
Doesn't move a muscle.
First one looked good.
Yeah, just show everybody.
Got it.
Yeah, Jack 10. Oh.
Oh, sorry. Meaning to go that way. Last hand? Two hands. Button and Nikita.
It was right here. 1, 2, 3,
I thought it was
4,
there.
5.
No? Yeah.
So, a couple more hands remaining.
Chet also asking both O'Dwyer and Isaac Hexton. Or, I'm not sure about O'Dwyer, but Isaac Hexton will 100% be here.
I'm pretty sure O'Dwyer is going to be here too.
Yeah, he likes these kind of events.
Yeah. He was here last series as well.
I think that Chow's gonna get some action here. Chidwick. Really good spots, I think, for Chidwick also to go all in. Quite a ton of chips. He does go all in. Oh my god, Sass with the ace king behind. What a bloodbath. That's just really unfortunate for Chidwick.
885. Full.
Alright. Wow, brutal hand right at the end of the day there.
So ace king versus ace queen, 62% for Sass.
Looks a little bit better for Chidwick.
Yeah,
So-
Chidwick.
Oh?
It's a lot of outs.
It's a lot of outs indeed.
Car's an ace, so Chidwick. Oh, he's lost all of his chips in the last 5 hands of the day.
Wow.
Brutal.
Sass with a big stack now too. Wow, this game is crazy.
Yeah, Chidwick had like 800,000 chips, right?
Yeah.
They're all gone. Guess we'll see Chidwick tomorrow. Unfortunately for him, I mean, he's definitely going to be reviewing his play like, okay, I made some good plays. Did I make any plays that maybe I overplayed or not? I would say for someone whose first tournament in short deck,
have 2 days of entries.
I expect him to come back tomorrow firing even stronger.
Yeah.
Right, you'd be a big old fish you put tomorrow.
Would I?
It's fun. I mean, why not? Fuck it.
So
It's fun.
Alan Sass here has
Might
got
not be
a
others
ton
for
of
the
chips as
hands to
well.
Look at tomorrow, so
Oh, it's true.
Chidwick's the kind of guy who will definitely like look back at some hands, see how people played some hands in big spots. He's such a quick learner.
Yeah.
It's gonna be exciting to see how his progression goes on in this game.
I mean, this is a warm-up event. You do want to study your opponents to be like, okay, well, this guy, he doesn't bluff that much, or this guy bluffs a lot, and things like that. Pre-flop tendencies is probably going to be the most important. Like, oh, does he shove like 10-8 offsuit pre-flop?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Which happened a few times.
Yeah. So looks like Badziakowski's all in with the king. Alan Sass is.
I know.
He's got a read. Goes all in with ace jack. He's got 1.5 million chips. Like the last 5 hands, everyone's going nuts all of a sudden.
It's crazy. It's like everybody's well. I mean, they show up with decent hands.
Yeah, yeah.
But still, there must be something like, hey, you know, I started today with 300,000 chips effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Green 10 something.
So Badziakowski's got 24% chance.
Queen 10.
He's a king.
Okay. Here we go. King.
One last card to go. River is a 6, so
That's it
Badziakowski's
also.
eliminated.
Wow.
2 eliminations in the last 5 hands of the
That's
day.
crazy.
Well, those 2 hands changed your whole day, Alan.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. Alan Sass finishing with close to 2 million in chips.
Almost got 2 million chips. Very, very
Fuck, I was gonna
well
bet
played.
on the 2 game for if you'd be all in and be covered, but you never did it. You were all in a bunch of times. You have too many chips.
Looks like that was the last hand of the day. Badziakowski, we'll see him tomorrow, and
Yeah.
Chidwick.
We'll be here right on time.
No country?
Country's fine if you want to put it on there.
I hope you guys have loved the action today. This is the end of day 1A. Tomorrow will be day 1B. So the players who were eliminated today can re-enter for tomorrow, get a fresh 100,000 chips times 3. Of course, some of these players can actually play tomorrow and push their bigger stack tomorrow, but I don't think anyone's that short, so I don't expect any of these players to be playing tomorrow. Tomorrow's broadcast will be starting at 4:30 p.m. GMT +9. That is local time. Please do your conversions and subscribe and follow this channel so that you guys make sure that you guys don't miss action, and it'll notify you when we'll be streaming all this high-stakes action. And alongside me have been Lex Veldhouse, Twitch, Poker, extraordinaire.
I mean, I'm really excited for the action tomorrow. It's like, it's almost as if you're watching a highlight reel.
Yep.
Every hand is action. Every hand there's like bluffs going on, all-ins, light calls. I don't know. It's crazy. I can't wait to see what day 1B brings. Obviously, we're just learning alongside you guys. So.
Yeah, we are learning with you guys. We're gonna all improve together. Commentate all the biggest hands that are gonna happen, and don't forget, there's a 2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in main event happening in the future. Coming this week. I hope you guys enjoyed all this. Thank you guys. This has been me, Nanonoko, and Lex Veldhouse for the Triton Super High Roller Series. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. local. See you guys.
See ya.
旅游已经约了好几次，既然这一次又要被你们放鸽子，借口太多，一次又一次。你们不是忘了就说是有事，济州之行我们真的可以考虑。行程方面没有太多的琐事，趁着年轻应该多看看风景。美好的时光不等人，会很快流逝。我特别想去济州，想炸鸡啤酒。神话世界说走就走，不用考虑太久。赢了送机票，价格 perfect 完美，不仅免签，还有很多优惠。套路烂借口全部都得靠边，这里拥有美食变形金刚各种乐园，济州神话世界等着我们发现，几周后在济州见，别被别人抢先。